Okay, before we get started, I just want to ask if you would take your phones or any devices with noise and please turn them down. That's up to you if you want to turn them off. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I just want to read the decorum. The Board of Trustees conducts the business of the Douglas County School District and its residents during its meetings. As president, I will not hesitate to remove any person whose statement or conduct disrupts the orderly, efficient, or safe conduct of the meeting. Warning against disruptive comments or behavior may or may not be given prior to removal. Hand clapping, making remarks, or gestures from the audience that may interrupt, interfere, or prevent the speaker from communicating should not occur. The viewpoint of the speaker will not be restricted, but reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant and unduly repetitious statements and personal attacks which antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. Okay, so call to order, and John Meyer. You know, we never recognize these guys being here every board meeting. I just want to say thank you to our deputies that are here. And John Meyer, yeah. And John.
And Kevin Karosich is here too.
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. But John's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. John. Okay. Approval of a flexible agenda.
I make a
Trust-
motion that we approve a flexible agenda.
I second that.
All in favor of approving flexible agenda, say aye. Raise your. Anyone opposed? Thank you, Carrie. Okay, we're opening up to public comment. And if you have not signed in, please take a number because I'm going to call by numbers instead of trying to slaughter your names as they come up. I'll call you by number. There'll be a minute and a half. Okay, the first one is number 3, A003. Please state your name for the record.
Gay Tyndall, 70-year resident of Carson Valley, 40-year teacher of Douglas County School District. I'm angry. I'm being played by this democratic process today. I had a cutesy little story to share with you tonight about buying a horse and picking a superintendent are very similar. Things like not to buy someone else's problem, or that a horse doesn't change its spots or to not be in a big hurry to find your next horse, especially when nothing was wrong with the old horse. But you don't deserve my cutesy little story. By looking at your scores and rankings, it appears you've already chosen the next superintendent. The Douglas County School Board historically has been comprised of pillars of the community like Arnold Settlemeyer, Andy Aldax, Randy Wallstrom. But you haven't even heard of these names because you just got here. And now, just like the way you bamboozled your way onto the board, you now have a pawn, a parrot, for your new superintendent you've already chosen. I've been attending these meetings for the past several months. I've observed that you take public comment, but you don't listen to it. Shame on you, and shame on the Republican Central Committee for endorsing you.
Number 4.
On? Now it is. It's red button. Hi, I'm Melinda Matus for the record. I'm going to read as far as it goes because I didn't time it. So when you ding me, you ding me. As trustees of the Douglas County School Board, I implore you to look at the 2 candidates that you have put forward and evaluate fairly and properly their submitted documentation, as well as the extensive amount of public documents made available with a simple Google search. As a former parent of 3 Douglas High School graduates, a grandmother to several Douglas County students, and a community member and taxpayer, I beg of you to really do your duty and your due diligence for the students, staff, and constituents you represent, and choose to put your political ideologies aside for the sake of responsible governance. A famous quote, which I believe is very appropriate here, is from Maya Angelou. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. What does this quote really mean? This quote is a powerful reminder about the importance of trust in our perceptions and the signals other people send about their character. In essence, it suggests that people often reveal their true nature through their actions and behavior, especially during their first interaction. Prior to
Thank you.
That was a minute and a half. Okay.
Number 5.
Allison Gray. John Ramirez is the former superintendent of Stockton Unified School District. I have family in Stockton and I'm very familiar with their school district, their board, and their overwhelming problems. I strongly recommend against hiring any administrator from that district. In 2023, California's Financial Crisis and Management Assistance Team investigators released results of an extraordinary audit that was requested by the county superintendent. The report stated there was sufficient evidence to demonstrate that fraud, misappropriation of funds and/or assets, or other illegal fiscal practices may have occurred. It also stated Superintendent Ramirez, CBO Battle, and the governing board failed to perform their fiduciary duty because they failed to perform due diligence, ignored established internal controls, bypassed established policies and procedures, and did not hold themselves to a standard of conduct commensurate with their position. There have been 2 scathing grand jury reports on this district with similar findings. Mr. Ramirez responded that these reports should be disregarded because the grand jury members were not educators and were a bunch of gossips. The school district is now the subject of a multi-agency investigation by the county and state district attorney's offices and the FBI. The #1 selling point for homes in North Stockton is that the kids don't go to Stockton schools. They go to either Lincoln or Lodi. Please don't turn Douglas schools into Stockton schools. Please don't hire John Ramirez, former superintendent of Stockton Unified School District.
Number 6.
Mary Ann McNeil. Good evening. I come here before you tonight as a concerned citizen, eager to understand the process and reasoning behind recent decisions regarding the superintendent appointment. First, I'm curious about the breadth and depth of your search for quality candidates. How extensive was this search, and what criteria were used to evaluate potential candidates? Furthermore, the lack of public commentary opportunities has left many in the community feeling disconnected from decisions that directly affect our children's education. Could you please explain the rationale behind this approach? I also have great concern regarding the selection of a candidate with a highly suspect record and an individual nearing retirement. These choices raise questions about the long-term vision and stability for our schools. And why now? Rather than waiting for the end of the academic year when many qualified and perhaps more long-term focused individuals might be available. The future of our children's education is a paramount concern for all of us here. We seek clarity, transparency, and assurance that every decision made is in the best interest of our students' educational journey and success. Thank you.
Number 7.
Carrie Clubben for the record. I am currently a teacher at Scarcella Elementary School. I'm in my 29th year of teaching. I've been here all 29 years, and I'm coming to you as concerned about our superintendent, picking a superintendent tonight. I am asking that you hold back your search and reset and hire an agency and see what qualified applicants we could get for this position. I'm very concerned about hiring somebody who has a history of a record of a DUI. We have a young lady that I taught in kindergarten who went through our schools, K all the way through 12, Fallon Montanucci. She was serving our country in the Air Force. She was home on leave, and she was killed April in 2022 by a drunk driver. Her last act was to save her sister by turning the car so she took the brunt of the force. And we are looking to hire a superintendent that has a DUI on his record? Come on. We can do way better than this. That is a slap in her face. That is a slap to her memory. That is a slap to her family. You guys should be ashamed of yourself for even considering and ranking somebody that high. We can pick better people for this position. Our students deserve better. And this community deserves better. That's all I have to say.
Number 8.
My name is Sheila Gardner, and I'm asking you to please reopen the search for our new school superintendent. We were told last month that there were 9 top candidates and we needed to act quickly because we didn't want to lose any of them to the other Nevada school districts looking for superintendents. Now there are 2. I joined many members of the community in questioning the suitability of John Ramirez Jr. In your screening process, did you become aware of Mr. Ramirez's background? All of that information was easily accessible. Who conducted your background checks? Did he disclose or offer any mitigation? I have to ask, is this the best you have to offer the students, parents, staff, and taxpayers who support the Douglas County School District? I urge you to reopen the search and keep Dennis Holmes in the running. The board majority's hasty decision to rush the process is a disservice to our community and a direct conflict to your responsibility as school board members.
Number 9.
Hello, my name is Kendra Wilson, and I sent some emails to 4 of you, and I didn't get a response, but it was regarding your high rankings of John Ramirez Jr. So that I didn't get a response, my first comment is I'm just so craving transparency from the majority of this board, and I'm constantly disappointed in that. So hopefully in today's meeting, we get to hear from you about why you could so favorably rank somebody who has admitted to using school district credit cards for personal purchases, who has a DUI on his record, and sexual harassment allegations. My perspective is we have one qualified candidate, one quality candidate, and it's just not enough to pick from. So I also would call for more time, a broader search, a more aggressive recruitment strategy to fill this important position. And my last comment is perhaps the reason why we're struggling to find quality candidates is because of the majority on this board, their mistreatment of our prior superintendent, of staff, of teachers, of parents, of the public, of each other, other board members. You know, perhaps quality candidates are looking and deciding they don't want to work for y'all. So let's do better. Thanks.
Number 10.
Hello, Anne Marie Chase for the record. This weekend, I sent an email to all the board members. Thank you, Linda and Yvonne, for responding. I had a question for several specific members that I'm going to read because I didn't hear back from you. It is shocking to me that even with a DUI arrest, a history of financial mismanagement and dysfunction at the school district, and allegations of sexual harassment by employees, John Ramirez Jr. rose to the top of your superintendent screener and is being considered to lead our district. In Douglas County, integrity matters. And it does not seem that he would be a good fit for our district. For the members who ranked him so highly, I would like to know if you were unaware of this information or you ranked him in spite of this information. While I was reading, I looked at our code of conduct for all of the employees of Douglas County School District, and it seems that Mr. Ramirez might actually be disqualified for this position. There's a couple things I want to read. All employees of the Douglas County School District, in the course of performing their duties and responsibilities, will conduct themselves with honesty and integrity, will use employee resources in a proper manner, and comply with all applicable state, federal, and local laws. And I think based on the history we've seen. You're welcome. Thank you.
Number 11.
Marty Swisher. I'm speaking on behalf of the 736 members of We Deserve a Better Board. We are here and online this afternoon to listen and to ask you to listen and consider the input we have given through emails and during public comment. First, we are concerned about your process and that even tonight, you are most likely violating Nevada open meeting law. A large part of this came from your decision to screen applicants. Since you chose to do so yourselves, you needed to do so in a public meeting and allow for public comment about all of the applicants. You definitely want to find legal counsel that knows all the requirements of NRS 241 to ensure you are in compliance. Secondly, your responsibility in NRS is to hire and, if necessary, dismiss our superintendent. We understand and respect that authority when you act in the best interest of our school district. Most importantly, your job is to find the best possible superintendent for the 5,100 students, their families, and the 758 staff members you are to represent and support. In a district our size, this is a critical position. Each of you must consider all of the information available to you, analyze it carefully and unbiasedly, and have high confidence in your decision. If you are not completely convinced that one of these candidates is our next exceptional instructional leader, then you should bypass hiring a superintendent today and reopen the search and to find the right individual. Thousands of people are counting on you and watching your actions. Thank you.
Number 12,
May Hyatt. Trust and transparency are essential for a school board to have with its community, and unfortunately, in the last year or so, it has been sorely lacking with this board. Today, you can demonstrate transparency and start to build some trust with your constituents. Be honest and open about all of the information you have received related to the two candidates you have selected to interview, as well as share the input from your constituents who have emailed and spoken to you about the process you have used and regarding these candidates. We expect you to do this. Absolutely do not settle and do what is right for our school district. If you are not 100% sure about one of these candidates, then please reopen the position and continue to search for more candidates. We want the best and nothing less. Our children deserve the best. You must each explain why you decided to vote as you will. The community expects you to justify this important choice. Making no comment and simply voting is unacceptable. Your overall scores for Mr. Holmes are 86%. For Mr. Ramirez Jr., 66%. I ask you, is this the very best for Douglas County? I would say no. Please reopen the search for the next superintendent. Thank you.
number 13,
Lori McKimmey, for the record. I encourage you to continue the search for a new superintendent. So far, the process has not yielded a sufficient number of qualified candidates to make a proper selection. As trustees, this is your most important decision. I question the need for haste. Why rush when we already have a competent acting superintendent? It's likely that the timing during the school year has deterred potential candidates from applying. President Burns, your claim about risk of losing strong candidates by delaying the process has been disproven. On the contrary, I believe the opposite is true. Out of the 9 candidates who applied, based on the board's own assessment criteria, only 2 scored in the 80s, while the remainder scored in the 60s or lower. Additionally, we were told that the board would have 3 candidates to select from and only have 2. Therefore, it's crucial to open up this process. Let's take the necessary time to ensure
Thank
that we
you.
make
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let's take the necessary time to ensure that we make the best selection for Douglas County schools. I urge you to postpone the hiring of a superintendent at this time and enlist the services of a recruiting company to assist you in finding the best superintendent for our students, teachers, and community. Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption. Number 14,
Virginia Sterrett, for the record. This meeting is of high import. One of the most important relationships in making a school district the best it can be in serving the needs of students, parents, teachers, staff, and administrators is the relationship between the school board and the superintendent. From even before the beginning of this board's oversight of the district, the relationship between the new trustees on the board and Superintendent Lewis had been damaged. Trust between the board and the superintendent had no chance when the air was full of untrue accusations about the newly elected trustees and the reality of the complete takeover of the K-12 world of education all across our country by DEI was being denied. This community is rural, and a significant majority of residents adhere to the founding values that made America prosper in wealth and liberty. It does not support the idea of white privilege or that America is and has always been systemically racist. It does not support equity rather than equality. It does not support gender identity rather than biology. This community
Excuse me.
expects our,
Excuse me. I don't want to hear any comments out of the group. Be respectful. You may not like what's being said. Be respectful. We've been talking about the superintendent.
this is about this hiring of the superintendent.
I
Thi-
know. Go ahead.
This community expects our schools to focus on teaching the subject students need to excel. After reading about and hearing from Dennis Holmes, I am in full support of his being selected as the new superintendent. I would also like to comment that this particular process in hiring a superintendent threw a wider net than was thrown in hiring Keith Lewis when he became superintendent, and the process is almost identical. So anyone arguing is also saying that process was faulty. Thank you.
Number 15.
Lynn Muzzy. I was surprised at the last meeting that not one of the red shirts applied for the vacant trustee position. If none of the Reds has applied for superintendent, that would be proof positive that the rest of them are nothing more than chronic complainers. Thank you.
Number 16.
Adrian Sawyer, for the record, parent of DCSD students. The board's rush to fill the superintendent position has made the process haphazard and messy. How is DCSD supposed to draw quality candidates when the board's dysfunction has been on display since the process started? The board released the name of the finalists with 0 supporting documents to introduce Mr. Ramirez and Mr. Holmes to the community. They did the candidates a disservice by holding their applications for the public for 2 days. I had to Google the candidates because I wanted to know what qualities they would bring to DCSD. I have to say I was appalled by one and underwhelmed by the other. Once the applications were released, it was apparent how little some board members think of this district. How could you bring forth 2 candidates with an 86 and a 66? How are these quality candidates? You owe the people of this county an explanation as to why you think these 2 candidates are the best DCSD can do. Mr. Ramirez is a hard no. Mr. Holmes looks good when compared to Mr. Ramirez, but taken on his own is just okay. If the board chooses Mr. Holmes, they will be settling for okay when our children deserve the best.
I have one here does not have a number on it. Last name is Tanner.
Yeah, I picked 18 though, so
Pardon?
I went and got a number, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Okay. Number 17.
Emmy Kowchek, parent and part of 4 generations of Douglas County residents. What are we doing here tonight? Truly, what are we doing? We have 2 candidates, not 3. 7 of the 9 applicants collectively scored with Ds and Fs. Congratulations to Mr. Holmes for his higher score, but I assume he would prefer to win the job on his own merits and not because there's no other choice. This should be a competitive process. However, this board has not come to a consensus about what this should look like, or rather, they stated a plan and then decided to change it outside of the public's view. Since hurt feelings and retaliations prevented the evaluation committee from proceeding in a professional manner, despite being a public action item, there was really no consensus on how scoring should be handled. This is quite apparent by looking through the individual rubrics. As we pointed out last month, the board would benefit from more discussion on expectations around a superintendent. Hiring mid-school year not only takes away from needed and depleting human resources in the district, but it is a hurdle for candidates who are currently employed who do not want to go through a public process while contracted. Looking at the next school year allows both time for a better process to be established and a wider pool of candidates to be found. Is this board resistant to retaining a company with expertise to conduct this kind of process professionally? Considering that one of the finalists should not even be in this mix based on the background checks that President Burns in particular is quite concerned about, I would think that there needs to be a much more discerning process in place. Trustee Engelkirk, you didn't even rank one single candidate over 68%. We can do better than
you.
this.
Number 18.
That's okay.
State your name. Thank you.
Jenny Tanner, for the record, 40-year resident of Douglas County, 20 at the lake, 20 in the valley. I'm a parent of children who went K-12 at the lake, grandparent of children who went K-12 here in the valley, taught for 20 years in the district, and my daughter is currently a district teacher here at Douglas. What I'd like to remind you is that you have been entrusted with a jewel of a school district. As a parent, as a teacher, as a grandparent, you need to respect what we are asking. You, the 7 board members, owe it to us as your community to select a chief executive officer for our district who is knowledgeable of all facets of running a school district, from bus drivers to office workers, from paras to AP teachers, from coaches to cooks. All of that comes under there. You also need to have someone who can manage and bring to us the skills involved in knowing how to create a rich learning environment. This is not a political appointment. It is an educational administrator. Please work harder at it. The community is counting on you to do this. Please act accordingly.
We have online.
Cheryl Boomstrom, it's your turn to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am ill, so I am not sharing my germs with you. I am staying home. I could repeat everything that's been said previously, but I think I won't. I'm going to focus on the 2 people that you've brought. The one who would have been ruled out if you had had an executive search firm. He would not have made the first cut, so he wouldn't be with you here. Secondly, Mr. Holmes does not have superintendency experience. He has assistant superintendency experience, but that's not the guy at the top. And our district right now cannot afford on-the-job training for a superintendent. And as to Mr. Lewis and the process that hired him, he had years and years in our district and was a local, well-respected, much beloved teacher, coach, administrator, and then superintendent. You cannot compare what you're doing here to what was done there. Thank you.
Rob Lehman, it's your turn to speak.
Hi, Rob Lehman, parent of 3. My comments are based on all the candidates, I think it was 9 candidates. When a job like this is open, so this is maybe the 4th superintendent that I've paid attention to. And every time that it has been opened, we have had at least one internal candidate and then several other local candidates. From what I can tell, there was one person who applied from Yerington and no other local candidates whatsoever. And I wonder if you've asked yourselves, why is it that you got no internal candidates? Why is it that you got no candidates from Carson City or Reno? What is it that those people are seeing from this board that tells them we don't want to work here? Did any of you reach out to the current acting superintendent who you have access to every day and ask her, hey, why did you not put in for this job? Why don't you want this job? Did anybody do that? Did anybody search that out and try to figure that out? And if so, I would love to hear your comments. Thank you very much.
Colin Burrows, you're up.
Hi, thank you. Colin Burrows, parent of a student in this county. Thanks for having me. This position is very important to me and my family. I had the chance last night to meet both candidates. And also, it was great meeting the new board member Yvonne Wagstaff. She gives me some hope for this board going forward. And meeting John Ramirez and asking about his application, it was obviously he did not honestly fill out his application. He lied about being arrested and having a misdemeanor. His response to the omission of the Q&A was elusive and dishonest. I did not trust his answers as he danced around direct questions. I find it ironic that many board members railed against the Whitell teacher who was fired last spring with past problems, but now want a candidate with even more issues on his record. If this board had been doing its due diligence, it would have contracted an outside hiring firm. John Ramirez would have never made it to the inbox of these board members. Dennis Holmes seemed like a nice guy, but I doubt he has the tenacity or experience to weather this extremely dysfunctional board. Please hire an outside firm, get more qualified candidates. Please do your job. Do not leave this mess going on that you've done to our school district for the past 12 months. Thank you.
John Sheridan, it's your turn to speak.
Thank you. John Sheridan for the record, parent of 3 Douglas County School District children. I fully supported this board. Again, though, it's not my job to agree with everything this board does. I've made it very clear about my position with Joey Gilbert, and then I want to respectfully request that the application window be reopened, be extended for others to be considered, and I would strongly advise against hiring Mr. Ramirez. Thank you.
Number 18,
I was number 18.
you were, I'm sorry. Number 19.
Tom Sterrett. Once again, the voters owe thanks to this board. In the aggregate, you have spent hundreds of hours. You have winnowed a 9-person pool, at least, down to these 2 finalists. Congratulations. Incredibly, for some, that is not enough. For those, no candidate will ever be the right one. For those, delay is victory. For delay runs the risk, no likelihood, that the present candidates will find alternate employment, leaving the DCSD flat-footed. Decisions must be made. To ask these 2 candidates to further wait would be disrespectful. There is a position to be filled. Only you, the board, can fill it. At the meet and greet last night, many of the people of the habitual opposition spent their time emotionally complaining about their dissatisfaction with the board. What a welcome to the DCSD. Not. That these 2 gentlemen after this would still be willing to serve speaks to their quality. I would encourage this board to make its decision here, now, and tonight. Let's move on. Thank you.
Number 20.
Courtney Burrows for the record. Delaying this isn't a victory. This isn't a foot race. This is our children's future. This is our district's future. This is our community's future. And I don't think you have 2 good candidates at all. Do you actually believe that these are the strongest 2 candidates out there that we should use or we should pick from? Mr. Burns, I specifically got an email back from you that said that Google searches aren't real and that I shouldn't believe them and that you did your due diligence. Obviously, you did not. You also said that you did a state and federal background check on everyone. I don't believe that, because if you did, we wouldn't have Mr. Ramirez here. And I understand that Mr. Ramirez is in the back of the room and a lot of people are down on him right now, but I'm not that high on Mr. Holmes either. I was at the meet and greet for the entire time last night and he talked in circles, and I do not believe that he has what it takes to lead this district. Now, we urge you to open this back up. We seek more time. We want more responsibility. This is our children's future. This is our community's future. We need a bigger pool to find the most capable man or woman for this job, and they are not the two candidates that you have currently. Please, I urge you to stop this tonight and find better candidates.
Okay, I've got the list is complete. Okay.
Hi, I'm Piper Spoor, and I'm a freshman at DHS. And I'm just speaking on behalf of all of the students at DCSD. So let me get this straight. John Ramirez is supposed to be my role model as a superintendent. And yet with the DUI and allegations of sexual assault and money fraudulence, he is one of your top choices? Really? Douglas County is one of the best school districts in Nevada, and he's the best you can come up with. Just give us more choices, please.
Anyone else? Getting online? Okay.
My number. 22. Casey Rogers for the record. I just want to echo the same comments that Tom Sterrett had to say. And I think that we're at this point where if you guys would have held off on getting a new board member, you would have them complaining about that or this or whatever. So it's in your hands. If you feel like you've found the right candidate, please go forth. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, closing public comment.
I should know that by now. Dave Brady for the record. I think you all need a reality check. You are here because of the mistakes you've made in the past, and you're going to continue to make those mistakes going forward at this juncture if you continue forward. During my tenure as president of the school board, we did a national search for a superintendent, and we ended up with John Soderman, one of the best superintendents the school has ever seen. So I know what you're looking for, and you don't have it in front of you. And I don't think you'll ever get the candidates that you want in this district, because anybody worth their salt is going to run away from this place as fast as they can. They can't work for a dysfunctional board. They can't work with the turnover that you've seen thus far. And I think, again, this is all your own making. And the reality is you're not going to find the candidate that is right for this district because nobody's going to show up.
Okay, public comment closed? No, no one else online. Okay, I just want to read something here, just to clarify some things. I want to address certain concerns that have been brought to my attention regarding our handling of the process to hire a new superintendent. I understand that there are allegations that we are committing an open meeting law violation. We do not believe this is the case. Everything we have done has been in front of the public. All of our processes and methods have been discussed at length, voted on, and approved. No closed meetings have taken place, and the only information that has been kept confidential has been the candidates and references personnel identifying data from each of their applications. During our January 9th meeting, we discussed at great length that we would receive application for the position of superintendent of schools. We discussed and voted on every part of our evaluation process, what we would use to evaluate each of the applicants, the system and the tool we would use to rank them, and that we would do so individually on our own and then send our results to Mrs. Dwyer and board council. We discussed and voted that they would tally the scores provided, present to us the top 3 candidates for our interview at this very meeting. Those were all deliberations and actions that took place here before the public in an open meeting. There have been no actions taken by the board since. Today, here we sit at a special meeting, ready to go over those results, to further deliberate, to interview the top candidates as previously discussed, and to possibly take action to vote one of the candidates in to be our current superintendent. We've included in the agenda the supplemental materials we're relying on to take this action. As such, we believe that we have followed the process as required under Nevada's open meeting laws. Additionally, I think it is important to point out that the process we are following throughout this superintendent hiring process mirrors the process used by this very board in the hiring of former Superintendent Lewis in March of 2020. As a March board meeting, the board discussed the process they wished to use, decided that they would open the candidate pool immediately. Within weeks, the board had applicants that they began choosing from. They voted to use a screening tool that is similar to ours, and then each board member independently and prior to the start of a special meeting scored each applicant and provided their rankings to the administration. They then posted each of the applicants, their ranking cards, and decided to interview the top 3 applicants. Then they met again at a special meeting, conducted their interviews, deliberated, and voted to appoint Mr. Lewis. The process used here is different, save the tremendous attendance by the public. The only difference really is that we do not have an internal candidate from Douglas County School District. As I stated before, we are confident in moving forward as planned. We are here today to interview our candidates. We intend to ask the hard questions that we know the public need the answers to, and it will be up to our applicants to answer them. Thank you. Mr. Carey, go ahead.
President Burns, I'd like to make a statement to the board. I'm not comfortable moving forward with this meeting tonight. I believe we have not been transparent in our search for a superintendent and may possibly be breaking the law. If it ends up that we have broken the law, we would have to start over again. I voted against this search process for a reason. As a board, we continue to make huge mistakes with public transparency in the decisions we make. In the case of hiring a new superintendent, I feel this has happened once again. This is the most important position in this school district. This process has been rushed and needs to slow down and needs to start over. With all due respect to the candidates who are here, I see no logical reason to hire a superintendent tonight. There will always be good candidates available, particularly towards the end of a school year. Let's start over by hiring an outside source to do a search and an initial vetting process to bring 3 strong candidates to the board for review. This would be considered a normal and transparent approach to hiring a superintendent. Thank you.
Go ahead.
President Burns.
Linda.
President Burns, thank you. Before we begin, I have a statement I'd like to share. I'm concerned that we may have violated Nevada's open meeting law because some trustees chose in December and January to undertake a superintendent search that directly involved our board in a screening process of applications and then narrowing down to the candidates that we may consider today. For the record, this was the reason I voted no to agenda item number 9 last meeting. We know that we should have posted all applications and other materials when the board had access to them on January 6th, but this was significantly delayed until Friday, February 2nd, around 6 o'clock. A possible violation of NRS 241.020, Section 9. I do want to say thank you to Karen and Jeannie for staying late that Friday and to get this done and trying to correct this possible violation. We may have failed to follow the law by holding a screening process and narrowing to our two candidates without an open meeting and public input, because that's the way it was done with Superintendent Lewis. I fear that by moving forward today, we may continue to violate the procedures required of us in NRS. As a result, if we continue this meeting, I'm forced to make a difficult choice. I can either potentially violate Nevada's open meeting law, or I could remove myself from participating in this meeting unless legal can give us assurance that we are not in violation of Nevada's open meeting law. In order to do this correctly and by NRS, President Verns, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we adjourn today's meeting, that we continue to accept applications for superintendent, and that we place on February's regular meeting agenda to revisit how we move forward to establish a process to identify potential candidates for our superintendent opening and select our next superintendent.
The motion is not recognized. It is out of order.
I will second that motion.
It's out of order. Mr. Engelkirk?
Okay. I have statement 2. I received many emails concerned with why I'm considering John Ramirez for superintendent. And rather than trying to respond, I started to respond, but there were many, and I'm pretty busy with full-time work, so I would like to respond at this time. People can't believe that I rated him at the top of the list of the 9 applicants, and I'm told of how awful this man appears to be from their research. Accusations of money fraud, sexual harassment, misuse of funds, and a DUI. I imagine I missed some, as there were many accusations listed. When I went through the applications, which is what I used to score each applicant, I found Mr. Ramirez has a lot of experience as a superintendent. It appears he's raised test scores, increased graduation rates, saved a lot of money for the district, among other accomplishments. Those are areas I see our new superintendent needing to be experienced in, so I rated him accordingly. When we were down to 3 candidates, I started doing more research. I was concerned with what a cursory look at Google seemed to say about him. Apart from the DUI, which obviously is something to investigate, all I found were accusations. I found no convictions for sexual harassment, instead a letter from legal saying there was no evidence of what he was accused of, that he did nothing wrong in using his district credit card for meals with the president of the board, as there was no limit on this sort of usage. And I understand he reimbursed the district, although I'm not sure about that point. That his departure from the board was from a disagreement of direction and not from any fraud. I do not know if I have all the information, but none of those who emailed me none of those who emailed me do either. So I started to consider all the accusations being thrown around, and it seems that people are saying we need to dismiss him due to the seriousness of the charges, guilty or not. Isn't that what they tried to do to Brett Kavanaugh? Have they been trying to do that to Donald Trump for 8 years? When people come in and actually do some good, upset the status quo, that's when the attacks come. Mr. Ramirez could have come to Stockton and stepped on some toes in order to clean up the district, to make the hard calls, to get rid of waste. Perhaps that's where some of these attacks came from. I don't know, but I don't automatically write someone off because of accusations. In the past, I might have, but these days I tend not to. As for the DUI, I don't drink, so I could easily judge, but as I understand it, it was a one-time incident, and I'd like to hear his side of the story. It's also interesting that just this last week, 150 members of Congress voted against a bill that would have deported illegal immigrants that were convicted of a DUI, and our president in a recent statement echoed the same sentiments. So what am I to think? It seems that leaders of our nation don't really think it's such a bad thing. All I'm saying is that this is a process and none of us has all the information. I'm working with the information I can gather, the input of many people and common sense to try and do the job I was tasked to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, you know, we are, anybody can throw around accusations when people, I mean, certainly I can understand that now. But, you know, when someone's upset with somebody, and again, upsetting a status quo, it's easy to pile on accusations, but we still live in a country where you are innocent until proven guilty. And there were no convictions outside of the DUI. And what I will say is that we had 2 people that still work in this district that got DUIs. I'm not throwing any names around here. And they're still with us and they have direct contact to students. And nobody was clutching their pearls over that. So what I would say is that looks to be anyway a one-off. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it probably could have happened to many of people in this room at one time or another in their life. So it hadn't happened ever before, and apparently it hasn't happened since. So all I'm saying is I'm not going to barbecue somebody over accusations that never were convicted. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to number 3. And we're going to, we'll discuss. There is no motion on the floor. It was,
Could I please
it is out
address,
of order. It is out of order.
can I please address the motion?
Yes.
I believe it was out of order because it didn't go with an agenda item. But now
Okay.
that we're on agenda item 3, I believe the motion could be made again. Or repeated. It was just out of order because it was not on an item.
But it's going to have to be on number 4. That's where we're dealing with superintendent interviews. We take that process. Once we do that, if somebody wants to then make a
yes.
motion such as that, that would be in order.
Yes.
Am I correct?
So
legal
Linda
counsel?
could
Okay.
make her motion again on item number 4.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The board will discuss, take action on whether or not to include any and all supplemental documents received after January 6, 2024 by applicants for the position of superintendent of schools who submitted their application by January 6, 2024. Acting Superintendent Dwyer, we had this discussion. Would you explain the position that the timing of things coming, were they used in this process for the scoring and stuff in the order of what happened? Because you were the one that actually was receiving and things.
So I believe that the documents that are in question are the documents that were forwarded to Trustee Burns, President Jansen at the time, and Trustee Engelkirk in December. I want to say it was around December 18th. And then the board, those documents were forwarded to those 3 members from Mr. Ramirez.
But you also had them. You got them too.
No, I did
They
not.
were not emailed to you at that time?
So Karen received an email forwarded from you, Ms. Jansen, and but there were no documents attached. And so Karen reached out to Mr. Ramirez and asked him to please fill out the application online and gave him the information. And so in speaking to Mr. Ramirez, he can speak for himself, you can ask him, but he thought that because he had forwarded those documents, they would automatically be a part of his application. And I believe that was the assumption you made as well. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I understood from talking to you. And so when we tallied the screeners and looked at the top 3, we had a conversation about the documents that some of you had received and some of you did not. And so those were forwarded immediately to the rest of the board once that known. And then, but today, I guess we're here today to make sure everybody can see all the
Well,
documents.
the forwarding of those documents or the revealing of those documents came after we had scored them.
Yes.
Okay, that's the
Yes.
main thing. I didn't want people to get confused. We took what we received through the application process. That's what we scored accordingly.
Mhm.
And then the other documents came later, but they did not affect anything we were doing score wise.
I can't speak to that. I just know
Well, we didn't-
three
we
of
didn't
you
have the
had the documents. Three of you had the documents prior.
Yeah. I,
Two.
yeah. Go ahead. Doug.
I did not receive the documents before the rest of the board.
Yeah, I think it was sent because the president and the clerk, secretary or whatever, clerk.
Mhm.
And I think was the reason for them being sent to us. Their applications was not out yet. So that's the reason why I think we wound up with them. You know, my apologies that I did not know those were not forwarded and we didn't get them there. I'll take that on me. And, but now we're at this point. I just wanted to clarify, we didn't take some of these documents after we received them and affected the scoring. That's all I'm saying. When everybody got them, they weren't able to use them to score with. So is there any other comments on this? Mr. Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. It's my opinion that, we set that deadline of the 6th and that anybody, I think, the other candidate, Mr. Holmes, also sent over some documents after the fact. And I just don't think it would be fair for any of the candidates if we included any of those in our deliberation.
Yeah, they should not have been included in our scoring. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, and
that was the
yeah,
point.
We're not, yeah, okay, if that's what we're voting on. Yeah, I say we do not accept any of those after the fact documents. Thank you.
Lynn?
Yes, President Burns, can I get I'm confused. I need a timeline. When did you guys receive, we didn't get them, but you did. When did you get Mr. Ramirez's application? Can you tell me what date you got that?
It was not an application. It was a resume
A resume. When did you get his resume? Sorry.
and a cover
think you're
letter.
right. I think
And
it
it
was
was
December
December 18th.
19th.
It's December.
There is
is
an
that-
email that's a supporting document in your
Okay, so it was
packet.
this, I'm just trying to put this in perspective here. So it was December 18th, right? Is that what you're saying? Okay. And
Yeah,
we
I
weren't
think
accepting anything after January. Oh, okay, I didn't see that. It was hard to follow because they don't always go in order. Okay. And so you said that you said something, Mr. Burns, about the applications were not out yet. What does that mean when you said that? Can you explain that to me, what you
Well,
meant?
the
please?
actual applications were sent out after that 18th date.
Everybody, the 9 that we got came out after the 18th? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
I believe January 6th was the date that all of the applications were shared with the board.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
But they were not sent out and requested before the 18th. It was well afterwards. I think it was, we sat here as a board, was it 2 weeks?
January 9th was the board meeting.
And then it was published the next day? Went out the next day? It went out into the universe for people to apply to see it?
That was in December.
Oh, that was December, okay.
Yes.
After our December meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was curious about.
Yes.
Okay. And do we know why they went to you and didn't go to the process that we had listed?
I don't,
I guess we can ask Mr. Ramirez that question.
I don't know. When I got it, I sent it to Karen.
Okay. I'm just wondering how they knew to send it to you, that's all. I was just curious where he got that information, that's all.
probably because we're on the website for the officers.
Okay,
That's the only thing I can think of.
thank you. And I do want to state that I don't think we should accept anything after the fact either. I made my decisions without that information. And
yeah.
most of us did not have it, so thank you.
Doug?
I don't think any of us had that information. What they're trying to say is I don't think any of us had this information when we did the surveys. The information came after we'd submitted them, is my understanding. I certainly didn't have the information before I submitted my survey. Did anybody here have the extra information that both candidates sent in before they filled out their survey?
Yeah. Well,
Sorry.
just,
Go ahead.
I think that is what was just indicated is that Mrs. Jansen and Mr. Burns both had that information and none of the other board members had it. That was what was indicated to me.
Mr. President Burns, can I say something?
yes.
I didn't use it. I sent it to Karen and I assumed it would be part of our packet. I thought that that wouldn't be right. So I sent it to Karen and I expected that it was part of the packet. I glanced at it, that's about it, because I thought that was not the right thing to do and I tried to do the right thing. I don't think I had attachments either, but whatever I had, I sent to you. Yeah, whatever I had, I sent to you.
Yeah, how it actually came out is if I remember right, we were in discussion and you said there's nothing on his application. And then didn't you get an answer from Mr. Ramirez that he had sent it in and earlier in the month? And I'm going to us, I guess. Anyway, I looked and lo and behold, there it was. And I don't remember it. Didn't find out until actually Jeannie brought it to my attention. So I didn't use it. I didn't even know I had it, to be honest with you. I thought it was, again, forwarded through it. So anything else? Because I know we needed to discuss this. We understood what transpired through it, that we did not use it for the actual surveys. Yvonne.
So are we still taking his application, even though it was incomplete? Are we still saying that he is a qualified candidate?
His application was turned in and and if you look at your score sheets, it does have in there whether it was certain items that were on there or were not. If they were not, you were to score them accordingly.
Right, but failure for him to complete the application process should disqualify him before we even start the interview process. Am I correct? But he did not.
Something happened somewhere else, but he did send the documents. They just didn't get, apparently, I'm
But
to
he did
understand,
not
put in. Is that
submit
correct?
them- He did not submit them to the website where they were supposed to, where he filled out his application, added his resume, added his transcripts and his
Well, I think we
letters
should
of
ask him that.
recommendation.
I think we should ask him that, yeah. Be a good question to
But his
ask.
failure to do so, I would think would disqualify him. Am I wrong?
I think all that was lacking were some letters of recommendation. Is
Th-
that
this-
correct?
This is the packet that I had.
Oh,
This is it.
Yep.
This was all that I received. And I had to make my scoring based on
Exactly.
a small amount of information.
That's all you could do.
So how does him not completing the asked?
Well, I don't
application
know what the
process-
qualifications, I didn't send it out, so I don't know what the qualifications or anything are.
He
We
did-
have it, and that's what we ran it accordingly on that, so excuse me.
The actual application to the district was complete. His work history was complete. We were missing some letters of rec. That was a concern for me. And then that's what was missing. I'm to understand.
So this would be his completed packet. This is how thick this is versus what he actually originally submitted. This was after the fact. This is what we were given. And for reference.
That was an addition too,
this is
wasn't it?
what Mr. Holmes's packet looks like. So there is a huge discrepancy in the
Well, that-
application process. And that's
But-
where I'm concerned, is that his failure to meet those expectations.
But
But that packet
should
is,
disqualify him from even being interviewed.
but the packet, because it's
all right,
thicker.
hold it, stop.
So we believe that someone should make a motion based on whether the documents should be included, and if they are not included, whether or not that disqualifies Mr. Ramirez from the superintendent interviews or choosing.
Then I would like to make a motion.
Well, hold on. Was there anything put in this, in the paperwork, applications and stuff? Was there anything in there, if you do not complete this, then would be disqualified?
Well, the application was complete, Linda. I mean, am I wrong?
What is complete and what isn't?
Yeah, what
I
is
guess that
incomplete
comes
is, I
back
guess,
to
my
that
question. What was lacking?
Because we didn't send it out. That was come from the office.
So that would be a judgment call on the board. That would be something you would have to discuss. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with the law. The application asks for your resume, a cover letter, letters of reference, your transcripts. As you can see in the other applications, those were uploaded. So Mr. Ramirez did not upload those. It was his understanding that he assumed that you had those things because he had emailed them to you. And so you have to make a decision as a board as to what your motion is going to be and how you're going to handle this situation.
Can I speak for a minute? Okay, so what I did get from this, Mr. Ramirez, is that he is, not a tumbleweed. He's a Harvard graduate. He was he's been in education for 30 years. He was a superintendent for 10. He led a middle school that was achieving, that was just failing to a the highest scoring Title I school in the nation at a time. So that's quite an accomplishment. I think that there's this idea that with accusations that clearly are just that at this point, and that he's just has no kind of background or whatever. I mean, come on, 30 years in education, Harvard graduate, 10 years as superintendent, and on it goes. So thank you. I just wanted to kind of bring that to light. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Gilkerson.
Thank you, President Burns. What we're discussing is if we're going to accept his application. We're not talking about, I don't mean to belittle what you said, because what you said was important. But as we look at this, if you pull out his application, it says contents, online application. And then there is no cover letter. There is no resume in here. There is under current or most recent position, if you look, there's a person's name on there, and then there's the same person's name on most of these on the applicant for supervisor reference. I had to actually look up the address to know what school district he was talking about. It wasn't even listed in the application.
Excuse me.
It was not complete.
Excuse me. We're going into an area of discussing the individual.
Well, I
But
understand.
what I'm asking, what was suggested by legal counsel is that we make a motion.
Okay.
Because we all had the information.
Right. And I'm just saying that I was just pointing out
understand.
how if we're hiring for the top position in our district and we get
Right.
this, and this is what we get, this is not complete and it's not filled out correctly. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Doug.
I want to say one thing, that on the application, number 4 in our survey was letters of recommendation, surveys, and letters. On my application, I rated him the lowest of a 1, because mine was from 1 to 3. Everybody else might have been 0.1 to 3, but because I saw that was lacking. So that was reflected in my application. And so everybody could have done the same thing. And so that was addressed.
Okay,
But there were other things that were golden. Thank you.
okay, I'm looking, is there a motion?
Mr. Burns, I would like to make a motion. Based on Mr. Ramirez's failure to submit a completed application on time and through the proper channels, and on other integrity concerns, I move that we exclude Mr. Ramirez from consideration as a superintendent candidate.
I will second that.
Any more discussion on the vote? Okay, we'll take a vote. Raise a hand. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Aye. 4-3. Yeah, yep. Yeah, the motion is, declined. And those that voted against was, Susan Jansen and Doug Engelkirk, myself, and Catherine Dickerson. Okay, we'll move on. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, I don't know if I'm out of line, tell me I am. The reason, I'll tell you, when I did Mr. Ramirez's application initially, the way I scored it was the application was short on content, no letter of interest in the position, no letters of recommendation, no transcripts.
Yep,
He resigned as superintendent with a contract buyout in Stockton after 2 years. Are we gonna talk about this later?
excuse me, yeah, you got questions for interview, we got things that we can ask about and stuff,
Okay.
so, yeah, I can see where you
Okay.
wasn't sure on the
All right,
timing of it. so.
thank you.
So are we going to accept those additional late?
At this point, it doesn't matter because we did not use them. We did not use them for the scoring. That was the purpose of everything, was to score them from that information. We did not have that information, so we did not score them based on that information.
I would think that this being an action item, we would have to take a vote on it.
We just did.
That was a different.
No,
motion.
my motion was to remove him. It was not to remove what he submitted.
Just legally.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the paperwork that came from both candidates after the due date for consideration.
Second.
Okay, we
I
got,
have a comment.
go ahead, more
President Burns.
discussion.
We're making a motion to accept things. I have to say that even our students that are out here, they know if they turn in their things late, they don't get credit. I don't think that we should be, in my opinion, we should not be accepting this. They did not follow what was asked of them. And now we're picking the top job in our district and we're choosing to not follow our own rules. Thank you.
Okay, please do not refrain from speaking to, addressing anyone in the public. Thank you.
Who was I talking to? I'm talking to you. Linda.
All right, we're gonna, we have a motion on the floor and second it. Doug, you want to repeat that for me, please?
I make a motion to accept the documents that were sent to the district after the January 6th deadline for consideration in our deliberations.
Second.
I can't. I did. Okay.
For
I'll-
both candidates.
Okay, read it. You have a better memory than me.
And we have a motion. And second. Any more discussion? Okay. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-3. His motion.
Name who
Oh,
opposed
I'm
it.
sorry. Kangas, Wagstaff, and Gilkerson opposed. And Dickerson, Burns, Engelkirk, and Jansen voted in affirmative. Okay. Moving on. Superintendent interviews. Ms. Dwyer, I'll let you do your thing.
There's a bucket in front of you with two names in it. If you would pick a paper out of that bucket to see who would be interviewed first.
Do I name that now?
Yeah, because we're gonna.
John Ramirez Jr. will be first. Sure, absolutely.
Oh, it stays on red. Sorry.
Welcome, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you. Can I get a water? Thank you.
I am.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Ramirez, we're going to have some questions that are prepared. Each one of the trustees will be going around and asking two, but I'm going to start out with one, the first one, and then we'll go from there. Please give us your background and experience that has prepared you for a superintendent position.
Thank you. Well, my background in work began when I was 6 years old. I grew up in a farm working community. My dad was a sharecropper at the time, so school was school, weekends, afternoons, summers, and breaks, picking strawberries. So that was kind of the motivation to continue to go to school, or I don't know if I would have, because a lot of my friends that I grew up with didn't. And I think that was one of the key things that kept me going, focused me on going to college. Received my degree in history from Santa Clara University, and then went to Harvard and received my master's degree in human development and psychology. Received a counseling credential and an administrative services credential from San Jose State University. Taught for a few years and was fortunate enough to get into an administrative role in Monterey County. I did that for 3 years. Was a VP and then became a principal 1 year after that. Then I was recruited to be principal of the middle school where I went in my community, and it was right around the time of the accountability movement. So test scores were first coming in. It was 2000, and the school district brought me in because I guess they felt that I could bring about change. I didn't have a lot of experience, but we did focus clearly on what our tasks were, and they were to transform a school that was 1,300 kids, somewhat overcrowded, a lot of discipline. One of the bottom 100 schools in the state. It was identified as a school that needed support. We had a lot of sanctions on us. we embarked on a curriculum alignment and really focusing on how we could change what the culture and climate was. It helped that I grew up there. It helped that I was interested in being part of the community and going out and meeting with families when we were having issues. So we went from my first year, we had 15 expulsions, and those 15 expulsions happened in one shot because 15 young men felt that beating up one boy was okay. And obviously that was not something that was okay by the standards we wanted to put in. And I was summoned to the superintendent's office, and he told me in some choice words that I better know what I'm doing. And what could I go with? I just thought that the community felt that that's what we should do. Over the course of the 5 years, we went from that year to 0 after that, a reduction in discipline issues by 70%. We went from an API of 413 at the time, and that was the grading standard, to 632, which was 18 points shy of what our goal was, which was to be a California Distinguished School with 650. And this was a school that was over 90% poverty, over 90% of the students were Latino students, and the poverty rate was, I mentioned the poverty rate, our EL levels were over 60%. So it was a school that had a lot of challenges, but we were able to do some transformation there. And that gave me an opportunity to be promoted. I didn't go through an interview process. I was moved to the high school where I went. I didn't stay there as long, but we took and set the same structures and brought in some of the administrators and some of the teachers that we had. That school today is one of the top achieving schools in Monterey County, and it continues to be in the similar demographics that I'm describing. We are on our fourth principal of the group that started together at that middle school. One of them, the one that came after me, is superintendent of the district. The one that came after him, who was also an administrator under me, is now the assistant superintendent, and our avid teacher at the time is now the principal. So I share that with you because I think part of what leadership is sustainability and being able to bring in results, but sustain them over time. I left because at the time I was married and my ex-wife wanted to move over to the Visalia area. So I spent 4 years as an administrator there, and then was recruited to be superintendent of the elementary district in the community where I was at, that I attended. That school district went into, I was hired, and then a few days later, the State Board of Education relieved the board of its authority, and we were under state authority for a little under 2 years. The initial appointment of the state trustee was for an unlimited time. We were able to show progress and build the team enough to where the state board felt that things were manageable at the local level. That school district went from again being one of the lowest achieving, obviously state sanctioned school district, to being the top performing Title I school district in Monterey County, and we outperformed Monterey Peninsula Unified the last year I was there. So when you look at the demographics, they don't compare. Monterey Peninsula Unified, although it's not just Monterey, it does have Seaside, whose demographics are similar but not quite as challenging as they are at ALSA. We were able to outperform them. So those are a few examples of where I've had some strong success. I was consulting with Stockton Unified, and then was moved into the interim superintendency. When I came in, there was a superintendent. Through the 9 months that I consulted, there were 2 superintendents. I came in as an interim and was appointed to be superintendent. And after my contract was, first I was appointed to permanent superintendent, had a 3-year contract with the supermajority requirement to dismiss me without cause. Almost 2 years in, I was bought out of my contract, and a lot of that had to do, and now I'm able to speak to this. When I was bought out, I had a contract that said I couldn't speak to anything that was part of the agreement, but the board violated that and stopped their payment of the contract. So there's litigation right now around that. I'm sure over the course of the year it'll be settled, because it was a contract that we agreed to. So now they violated, so I can speak to the issue. When I came on board as a consultant, it was during the pandemic, and obviously a lot of school districts were looking at different purchases to clean up or to prevent spreading of COVID. California, I think, it was unique. There were a lot of, schools were closed. So I came in, the board was discussing an item with the previous interim superintendent. When I came in, that was one of the things that board leadership wanted to move on. I looked at the process that they'd followed. There wasn't one. So we put a process in place. As we were doing this, though, one of the things that I did coming in, as I did at Alisal, was because of the financial issues that were in the district, because of the academic issues that were in the district, and because of the facility challenges that the districts both had, I brought in outside resources to do an audit of each. And FICMAT was who I brought in as superintendent to Stockton Unified, who discovered that issue as we were going, right? They're in there doing the audit as all of this is happening. So this was February when I came in. The item finally goes to the board at the board president's direction is placed on there. There were 3 attorneys that were working with the school district at the time that we brought in to try and encourage the board to look at it because we felt that the process wasn't, one that should be followed. All of that's in the record. Then there was an action item that included a resolution that shared the process and why our recommendation wasn't aligned to what the board was bringing forward. It was moved anyway. When the audit was completed, that item was brought forward as a concern. At that point, the board, I think, is when they started looking at how that came about, blaming me, saying that I shared that it was not a transparent process. Well, I was sharing it along the whole way. So was our CBO and the rest of the team that was there. So eventually in June of the following year, my contract was bought out, and that was my time at Stockton. However, my time there, we were the only school district in San Joaquin County that had not come back to at least a hybrid model. So this is a 1.5 years of kids being at home doing online instruction when everyone else was already at hybrid. So I came in and I was tasked with bringing the students back. We were able to. We lost a lot, right? There was a lot of learning loss, and California did not assess for those years post-COVID. They stopped testing. However, there was tracking of graduation rates. And upon students coming back, we immediately instituted a comprehensive summer program that included just under 10,000 students because of all the gaps that we saw and how important it was to get students to graduate, right? So in 1 year, we had about a 9% increase. I think it was about 8.9% increase in graduation rates. We had one school that was 78%. And being a superintendent of a school district with about 40,000 students, it's very difficult to get involved in instruction. But I had to get involved in how we were going to look at least one section of the district, and that I did so with the high school, and I worked with the directors and the assistant superintendent to implement a comprehensive approach to how we would address that gap in graduation and begin to look at students and how they would perform. So that was there. Our EL rate of transition from out of EL went up 180%. That was led by our assistant sup of instruction. We looked at data again. What areas can we impact? What is it that we can address so that we can move with? Because regardless of what we're doing, if there are 10 issues, moving 1 to 2 to 3 at a time gets momentum and allows us to be in a point where I think that not only the instructional team, but also our parents start to buy in and start to see that our students do have the capacity to do that. It's not where it had been for years, right? Decades, it's just flat and not improving. So we did share in that. We did go through a huge layoff process upon my arrival. I was working with the interim superintendent at the time to put the process together. It went through, and fortunately ESSER 3 came in. So those positions that we laid off, $20 million worth, a budget at the time, which was $1 billion, we were able to bring those positions back. But we brought them back and we negotiated that when the federal dollars run out, we have to reevaluate it because there was a $30 million structural deficit that had been in that district for a decade plus, right? Hence why the FICMAT process was brought into place, because there were so many gaps that existed that we needed to address. And you can't go in there like here. I can't come in here as an expert without utilizing staff and without utilizing other expertise to help with processes so that you can move it forward. And it went through it. It identified a lot of what we needed to do. So we did have some success, but as was mentioned in one of the public comments, I think looking at Stockton over the last 25 years, over the last 15 years, I believe there's been 28 superintendents. When I got there as a consultant, there were 2 before me. When I left, there was 1 for less than a month, another one, and now there's a 3rd one. So this in the course of 2 years. So it's a high turnover district. Governance changes every 2 years and it causes disruption, right? So that, I think that's a good idea of what I've done. Since then, though, about 6 years ago, prior to me going to Stockton, hence when I was consulting with them, I started an LLC where I do consulting for school districts and charter organizations where I support instruction, I support board relations. I work with, now I'm working with community and parent involvement, as well as with some of the charter schools. It's a big push against them in the state of California based on their lack of involvement in the community, because a lot of organizations that come from LA, for example, they come into communities like yours and they come in saying, we have it all figured out. We're going to come in and tell you what to do. They're not getting the responses they were getting 15 years ago when they were bringing them. So they're trying to engage in communities and understand the community. So I've been providing support with a couple charter organizations as well. So thank you.
Hi,
Okay,
Mr.
The next one?
Mr. Ramirez. What is the most important function of education outside the obvious?
Well, I think the most important thing is, and I think my upbringing in poverty says what I think our whole education system was brought forward for. It's the ultimate equalizer. I think my family has been affected to where in one generation poverty disappeared, and my kids have never experienced it, nor will they. And I think one of the things that my kids, I emphasize, one of them's 25, graduated from UC Riverside and is currently subbing and working on entering a credential program to be a math teacher. She's got to pass the test first. My son's a sophomore over at UC Santa Barbara. She graduated with an econ major. He's an econ major right now. But both of them have experienced what it is to not have to worry about resources, worry about what's happening. And I think that my son's named the 3rd, and one of the things I constantly refer to is his grandfather's struggles were what gave him where he's at. I'm an intermediary, but it all began there. And I think they've grasped that. And although my daughter she was going to be an entrepreneur and financial guru, was all excited, then started subbing and was like, wow, I think I'm good at this. I like this. This is what I'm about. My son says right now he's going to go into, I'm not sure yet what he's talking about, but he does say, well, maybe I'll teach for a couple of years. I'd like to teach math. So I think they both want to be educators. Her mom's an educator. She was a kindergarten teacher for about 20 years. Now she's considering getting into administration. So they come from that background. I think that's where education matters. I think if we don't focus on all kids, if we don't think that all kids can make it, then we will continue to have a country like the one we live in, right? It's polarized based on economics, and we do live in a capitalistic society. And if we're not teaching that, and if we're not teaching kids how to function in that kind of system, we're not preparing them to break out of it and live a more fruitful life.
Thank you very much.
I think I want to skip and then come back for the second round. Everybody okay with that? No, yeah. So, that's number two, 1 and 2. Now, we'll come back to 3 with Catherine. Number 4, Mr. Engelkirk.
Hi, Mr. Ramirez. My question is, I'm the representative from the Lake School District, and my concerns obviously involve the whole community, but specifically that area. Since many Douglas County families can't afford to live up at the lake, our lake schools are struggling with dwindling enrollment numbers. What ideas do you have to avoid having to close these schools?
Yeah, that's a great question. I thank you, Jeannie, for taking me over there today. I was blown away, first of all, by what they're able to do with the limited resources they have and the focus. One of the things that stood out to me was backpacks laying around everywhere. I've only seen that one time, and it was at a private upscale school where kids didn't have to use lockers, but that's amazing to be able to create that kind of culture. I was having that discussion with the principal and assistant principal while we walked about what they have done and what has worked or what hasn't worked in terms of increasing enrollment. They've talked about some of the things they've done, but I think what the conclusion that I brought from our conversation and some of the things we discussed were what would the district, and district being us, right? So let me say in the leadership position, what and how would we be willing to allocate resources to begin to share with the community that's leaving and the community that's outside that could come what we offer. I don't think people have ever walked that school, or else they think they were getting a private education for free. If they saw that, I think more folks would come because of how small it is. Then obviously it'll fill up, but I think there needs to be a campaign around what good is happening there. I think it needs to be shared outside. I think the work that they're doing right now needs to be amplified and supported with what they're doing to keep the kids there and showcasing what they've done, being able to allocate resources to show that it's more of a traditional high school with the options that traditional high schools had. They had ideas of different CTE pathways that they could develop, but also how they could increase their dual enrollment program. All of those are attractive to higher end communities. I mean, your son or daughter will have access to reducing the amount of courses they'll need to take once they get to college. So I think a comprehensive campaign that would include the community and include their leadership team, their teachers, around what has worked in the past and sustaining it through support, taking it out over the course of 3 to 5 years and measuring that growth and adjusting likewise as things move forward. Sometimes things work well in a year or two, sometimes they don't. And being able to evaluate and adjust as you're going, so you're not putting money into things that aren't working. I think that team right there is open to it. And, you know, when you're getting banners and your senior class is 26 and the one right now is 5, I mean, that tells you a lot about what's going on there. So I do feel strong that a campaign could be put together to attract back the people that are leaving. And I think there's a potential to bring folks from other places just based on what their results are and how they get put out in the community.
Okay, trustee Jansen, number 6.
In May, the board introduced a policy to protect girls' sports and safe spaces. I believe that most of the citizens in this county would like to see a policy put in place for our students. We are currently waiting for the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals to rule on an Arizona case before we add that policy to our agenda. And in the meantime, what do you propose to do to keep our girls safe and girls' sports fair?
Well, I mean, I think that's a policy issue. And we said we were going to come back to that question, but there's policy and then there's administration. I think the board rests in the world of policy, and through our communication and our work, I think you'll see that I understand that very well. I've worked with various boards and boards that have been in driving issues that aren't always supported and understand how to maneuver through that. sometimes better than others, obviously. I'm not batting 1,000 there. But I think part of it is to see, I think you waiting for the resolution at that level, I think is great. Because moving before that, then you're gonna be in line with somebody coming back with some sort of litigation around it. But when and if that action is made, if it's supporting what the board wants, it's easy to drive that policy. If it's not, then I think my due diligence would be to take direction from you and start to do research around what's happening and how it's being addressed in other areas. Because whichever way that decision goes, actions are gonna come, right? There'll be injunctions either way, but it'll give direction, and that's where I think we would start discussing that. I think it's very difficult for me to tell you to go above the court. I wouldn't do that. You're the board, you set the policy, we take action from it, but I think it's important that we follow and wait for that decision to be made.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Kangas, number 8.
We just slide over.
Good evening, Mr. Ramirez. My question is there anything in your past history that we should concern the board or this community should you be hired as our superintendent?
I think there is no way I could sit here in front of you and tell you that I was charged with a DUI and that I'm not, number one, 100% in ownership of that horrible and stupid mistake I made. There's no way I'm going to try and justify that action. It is absolutely not acceptable and something that I own and I'm going to own forever, right? We heard a lot of comment about that tonight. I'll own it, and I do. I have a young lady who's 25 years old that I have to look at, that I had to talk to. She's at the age where mistakes like that are coming out at my age, and I have to still be her father and help guide her through that. I have a 19-year-old son at a university where those are issues that come about. I have to be his father still, and I have to still gain their love and respect, which I think I do have. And I think I have it because of what our relationship is. But I can't sit in front of you and tell you that that's okay. I can sit in front of you and tell you that in my career, I have been involved where other folks have looked at second chances, and I'm a proponent of that, but I can't speak for you. That's your decision, and I can tell you that I own it. And I think when you look at I've been a public employee at this level for a long time, so there's nothing I can hide, and I want to make sure that that's clear. Every background check that I go through has a Google search and documents that have to be brought up. Not everybody is accused of things that I've been accused of, but not everybody has brought about the changes and the results that the teams that I've helped to build have done. I think when you Google and you look, they're there, but they say allegations and they continue to say that. Resolutions to those things don't get a lot of airtime. All of those things got maybe 15 to 30 seconds of airtime after, and I can't control that. And one of the things that I think I am, because of my upbringing and both my parents, is I think I have pride in who I am, and I haven't spent $30,000 to erase it because it's there, and I believe it exists and it should be there. I can do that like many people do and knock it down to page 8 or 9 where people get tired of doing research. I haven't. Do I have the means to do that? Absolutely. But I haven't done that because it's there. And I think the folks that brought it forward, they have to live with that as well, right? When I was accused of sexual harassment, my daughter was 15 years old and she was a high school student in town. When I called her, she immediately said, "Dad, you don't have to call me. I know this is nonsense." I said, "Why do you know that? How do you know that?" It's because I know who you are. And I said, I appreciate that because I know a lot of other people aren't, and I know your high school experience is probably tough. When it was cleared up, she smiled, she was happy, but she said, I'm okay. I know what it is and I know who you are. So I have to face realities with the job that I do. And I'm not afraid to take on issues. I think being inclusive in processes is very, very important. but sometimes tough decisions have to be made. And the question prior about what's important in education, student achievement is important in education. If we're not getting it and we don't continue to grow, and that's one of the things that attracts me here. We're halfway there in some areas here. I mean, math has a lot of work to do. And the secondary level has work to do because of the decline after COVID. But that's where the conversations begin. And where is our alignment? How do we get it there? So I tell you, I can never look past that DUI, right? I can't. And I will never sit in front of anybody and say that it's justified. I own it. I will always own it. And it was a horrible lapse of judgment that I do not feel proud of. But as you can see, I'm not afraid to own it publicly. I did yesterday here in Douglas. I'm doing it tonight, and I will do it for the rest of my life because it's there. And I don't plan on walking away from education because I think I've had success with it. And I think that what I'm about with education is aligned to where a lot of the, ever since President Bush brought in No Child Left Behind, he said, you have to achieve. And if you don't, it's going to be public. And I think that's what I've stood behind and I'll always stand behind.
Thank you.
Okay, number 10, trustee Wagstaff.
Have you lived your life in such a way that you would be a role model for students and teachers in this conservative community? And what are some examples?
So I can start with what I just ended. That is not something that I think I put on my list of accomplishments. But what comes after is what I put on the list of my accomplishments, and that is that I made a horrible mistake and I'm going to be better after that. I had to deal with whatever came forward and pay my consequences. But part of what I've learned from that is how many people are involved in things that if we do a better job of educating folks, won't be young folks getting caught up in that. So I think what I bring to education is, number one, I have a record of results. And I have a record of results because I've worked with teams and helped build teams and know how to take a back seat to how to implement and drive things. You don't work with teachers who are experts in the classroom and come in and tell them all what to do. They have some expertise. We have to start with that. There's always room for improvement. I think in education, my experience in California, that's not always a priority. And when it's not a priority and you're bringing it forward, you do get pushed back. So I do think that that's something that a conservative community would be behind because results are my priority and they always have been. I think fiscal management, I've balanced budgets. I'm consistently aligned with the state oversight because I do it specifically because of what the FCMAT report said that, and the conversations that happen after the public is not privy to. Those statements that were made, they did not look at some of the documents. They didn't follow up with that until the full investigation was done by the district attorney. Hence, I'm here. I can't take a bribe and sit here. I won't have a credential. The FBI looked through my financials and didn't find anything because if they did, I wouldn't be here. So I think fiscal responsibility has always been something that I pride myself in and have shown through the districts that I've ran. And I was part of a charter organization in San Jose that was upside down forever. And they were fortunate that they had a benefactor that would fund that gap every year. We balanced it. They continue to grow. They've grown from 2 schools to 3 schools, and fiscally they're sound. Their academics still have work to do, but that's a piece that I think is important. And I think ultimately I'm accountable for what I do. And I have never walked away from anything that I've done and tried to deny it. I've never walked away from anything without giving 150%. You know, my father, when I was a kid, I used to hate this. We'd drive to work before 5 and we'd get home after 8 every day, Sunday included, all summer. And the guy would be singing to work and singing coming home. And I'm exhausted and I'm angry because I wish I was home playing with my buddies, right? And I learned, hard work isn't something that hard work will always get you where you're at, where you want to be. And I've not been in any community that doesn't believe in that. And I know for sure that in a conservative community, the values that this country was founded on are important. And although my dad is illiterate and did his best, he knew that hard work would get him somewhere, and it allowed me to allowed me to go to college. So that's an important piece, and I think it says a lot about what I think we are missing in some of our educational system now. Something called durable skills, that it's a national movement right now, is something that's not too hard to infuse into curriculum, to infuse into what is necessary, but we have to make it explicit. We have to teach kids what this means, and showing them and giving them examples of it, I think is the key piece. But I think those are all values that I bring and that I have an extreme amount of support behind me, showing that I've always lived under those values.
Okay, trustee Gilkerson, number 12.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Ramirez. My question to you is, what do you believe has the greatest impact on a student's success in school, and why?
That's a great question. I think the school, I walked into a couple of schools today, and I'm not going to name them because I didn't walk into all schools and feel what I'm about to share, where the culture, when you open the doors, hits you. And that culture is one that you want to be part of, that you want to be at school in, where if you're not at school today, a principal and an assistant principal went to your house and picked you up today here. That tells me as a parent, whether I'm connected or disconnected, doesn't matter who I am, where I'm at, my child matters at that school so much that the highest ranking person at that school left to come pick up my child. What that does for that child is, I know that I'm not in a good place. I know that because when I get to school, I'm not the one that's happy, jubilant, smiling. I don't have the new clothes. I don't have lunch prepared, or I don't have all those things. I get free lunch. It helps that young child know that they are as important, if not more important, than everybody else at that school. So school culture is what I think permeates how we get to student achievement. If that school culture is one that is pushing student achievement but doesn't forget about what is important, and that is to validate kids and help them feel good, then you're not going to bring up achievement. One thing I used when we were building schools, when I was a site principal, was kids don't go to school to learn math, but if we get them there for different activities, we sure can sucker them into learning math, right? Because they're going to be there because they want to be there, and they're going to be there and realize it. I mentioned that middle school that we had a lot of success around. We had 100% of our kids in uniform, but they fought it. So we had to figure out, how do we keep a uniform that gives them incentives? So every student that was in a club or on a sports team, any activity, would have a T-shirt, and we had, fortunately, we were able to get some of the ag companies to give us some dollars to do this. But we gave them, they were able to design a T-shirt. It always had the school logo, right? But they could change what the fonts were, if you will, and the colors. But it had to stick to the black and gold that we had. They could add colors, but it had to be distinct. By 8th grade year, our top students, which were probably about 30%, 40% of the school, didn't wear a white collared shirt anymore because they had enough T-shirts to come to school without a uniform. To me, that's an incentive to teach them a hack in their mind to get over on the system, but we still are identifying them, and we're still keeping them safe, because this is a very high crime ridden community. We had helicopters flying by doing felony arrests consistently and having to do lockdowns. It was a normal thing. So we needed that but we need the kids' buy-in. So if you build cultures around what kids need and what kids want, discipline is irrelevant because they rise to that and they feel like being there and they want to be there. You still have to have standards. You can't say, oh no, we're not going to have a discipline policy. A student who's a great student has an incident, there's accountability, right? Obviously. But I think that practice of falling into that diminishes significantly and it compounds exponentially over time to where you have schools that are very successful. Like a couple of them that I went to today, I was just overwhelmed. They were powerful. And it has to do with the length of time people are there as well, right? I mean, they've established it.
Thank you. Trustee Dickerson, number 3.
Okay. So, Mr. Ramirez, what is the role of a superintendent in relation to the school board, district staff, parents, and students? Thank you.
Another great question, right? Because that's always the challenge. There isn't training to be a superintendent until you get in the chair. Because you never work for a board directly until you're a superintendent. So you don't get that experience until you're there. You can talk about it, you can hear about it, but you're not there. And it's very clear what that role is. The superintendent is the employee of the board. And then the board delegates to the superintendent the role of being the chief executive officer for the rest of the school district. What does that mean? That does mean authority, but it also means how you practice that. And in systems like school districts, you're not going to get movement on anything you do if you're not inclusive and collaborative. If you're not involving staff in decision-making processes, you're not going to get there. There are times I mean, right now, there's in this school district, there are issues around attendance. What's working, we will look at, but that's a major issue. And by my rough calculations on what you have, every 1% of ADA is about $640,000. That's real money, right? And where you're at and where you've been, there's a gap of 2%. There's about $1.3 million right there that can come about. How is it happening? Where is it working? Are there things that can happen that can be done sooner rather than later to generate that back? Because in the visits that I made, principals did have ideas of what they'd like to see and what they'd want to do. We have the opportunity of revenue that's sitting there to bring in to be able to increase the budget and do that. I think the budget just adding to that budget piece, the increases in ADA that you've received haven't all been utilized, which I think is good, right? You're going through processes to find out where and how to expend that. It hasn't been done. That's a good thing. That's why your ending balance is growing, but addressing those issues as well. That takes input from folks and those folks that are at the site. So as a superintendent, you need to utilize those, my opinion, those processes to be successful, but ultimately it's through the direction of the board. And I think one of the most important things in our relationship, if we move forward, that I mentioned last night to the group, is that we identify a process immediately around an evaluation of myself, right? What does it look like? What are you looking for? What does the state and the school district strategic plan look like so that we're aligned and so that we're meeting goals? And then it's very transparent and clear as to how you evaluate me. But I think that tool needs to be developed, right? Because what if you don't have one already, I think developing one or having input into one would be helpful long-term to clearly establish roles and where each of us falls in our on the hierarchy of the school district.
Yeah, so concentrate on what you were saying, trying to get it up here. I forgot to move on.
No problem.
Trustee Engelkirk, number 5.
I had a local question. Now I have a broad question. Do you think the Federal Department of Education is beneficial or detrimental to the education of our youth in America, and why?
That's a hard one for me to have an opinion about because the only direct contact I had with the federal government was through the state. So we didn't work directly through the federal government. All the grants and things usually were written there. Where we did were, for example, we wrote a Gear Up grant that was through the federal government. Could states manage that? I think so. Should we have some sort of federal level of educational focus? I think we should have some. Does it need to be as expansive? I think local control when it comes to education is important. I think that's one of the things that the states should have, right? I mean, in our union, states have certain authorities, and our biggest budgets at the state level are in education. So why not increase that and give it to states to do? I think there should be some federal oversight so that we continue to grow and that we're not going in 50 directions, right? But I think there is room for consolidation and giving more authority at the state level.
Thank you.
The new board members ran on a policy to keep the woke agenda out of our schools, as the majority of citizens in Douglas County overwhelmingly voted us to do. Research shows that school districts that spend time on social justice in lieu of basics have diminishing test scores, graduation rates, and lowering of standards. We know that from speaking to many of our teachers that they want to keep our educational standards high for our students. What is your position on higher quality education? Nevada is 50th in the nation.
That is my only position. High achievement is my position, and it's where everything revolves around and should start and begin, end. Because if we don't have high achievement, what are we doing in education? There can be other things, but not in lieu of. And we already have a short school day, so if we're not focused on where we're going, we're going to continue to fall behind. I mean, when you look at controlling for Nevada, if you look at the United States with the largest economy, we're 16th in the nation, and 12 of the 15 countries that are ahead of us are European countries. And what do they all hold in common? Clear pathways on CTE, with CTE and university. Clear. They're clearly articulated. Right, wrong, or indifferent, I'm not an expert, but I know that's a common denominator. And they're the ones at the top. So high achievement and expectations and transitioning into the work world is very important over there, and they're having success. So what can we learn? So absolutely, without achievement, I don't know why we're here.
Thank you.
Trustee Gangus, number 9.
Forgive me. My question to you is what I see without glasses. What do you see as the most significant challenges facing Douglas County School District, and how do you plan to address them? Not necessarily a fair question.
Well, I haven't been here long enough. I did get an opportunity, and I haven't said this publicly, but I just want to thank Jeannie for the process that we've gone through. Last time was a great place to be in terms of understanding and getting feedback from the community. Like tonight, it's helpful to understand where people are coming from. I think any district's priority should be students, and the direction of the district should be around what we're doing for students. So if what I heard here tonight, what I heard last night is driving where we're at, how do we step back and say, what's in the way of us getting back to focusing on students? And what are those items that are in our way from whatever each of the interest groups in the district, as well as the board, and figuring out how we're going to start working on that to resolve it, because no student in this county deserves to not have all of our attention on student achievement. And so I think that's a major issue in terms of climate and culture that came out. But I think when you look at academics, I mean, there's some clear data showing where we need to focus. And I don't think from what I'm hearing in this community that everybody is satisfied with where the district is now, that it can still grow. And that I agree with 100%. I think there's opportunities for alignment to improve student achievement. I think there's opportunities for alignment to focus on attendance. I don't have an idea of where facilities are, but that'd be another thing that I think would need to be looked at by me coming in new, so I have an assessment of where it is and we can prioritize, because facilities are challenging if you don't have a strong preventative maintenance budget, if you're not planning for roofs, if you're not planning for ACs, right? If you're not planning for Siri cover, and with snow and rain, all the snow and rain you have here, it's more often. So if you don't have budgets built around that, and if you don't have a clear view of the entire district and where the holes can come, and I'll give you my example in California. I don't know, well, some of you are from California, so you know how highly we're taxed in California. The infrastructure in California was exposed over the last couple of years because of all the rain. You can't drive down a freeway in California without having potholes, every quarter mile, flat tires all the way. Why? Because infrastructure is not being addressed, because we're trying to do too much and not maintaining what we have and then doing, right? Being fiscally responsible with how we plan and how we target what our future needs and goals, but also the sustainability of what we have.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Number 10, trustee Wagstaff.
Number 11. That's my next question.
I'm sorry,
That's okay.
forgot to check it.
Please tell me what experiences you have had at increasing parent involvement across your previous districts and how you would implement a program like that here.
Great question. I think we don't spend enough time with parent involvement as an institution, because there's already so much on the plates of teachers, on the plates of administrators. So what has worked with me when I was in East Salinas, we built what the state provided us with funding for, which were called family resource centers. These family resource centers were places where parents could go for anything from adult ed classes to resources that they need because of where their families are coming from, or any kind of assistance that they would need with their students, if they had a gap at the school, right, and they felt better because the family resource center was on a lot easier for them to access, they'd go there and be directed. I think the schools that I visited today all had one of the main ways of bringing in parents, which are PTAs. I think the way they described them, they're just doing amazing work up in the lakes. All the revenue that they're bringing in and the volunteer work that parents are doing, I think you add to that and support that. I think I would propose to the board in when looking at some of those PTAs, how can we partner and do some matches with them? Because a lot of times they're working and, it's a handful of people that do all the work. I know I used to love those moms that would come. I mean, they would feed me, they'd do everything. They just thought I was doing a great job, and I was just doing my job, I thought. But all the work they do, I think we could grow it by partnering with industry, partnering with other folks that they're already doing. But if we get involved in that, I think we can increase those resources. And so I think it's a multi-pronged approach, and it's an approach that depends on where parents are coming from. Some parents want to volunteer and support. Other parents are in need and need access and need resources. So putting those things together, I think are very important. I got a good landscape of the district today and the proximity of some of our families to the schools. How are we going out there and what do we know about where they're living? You know, that example of the administrator picking someone up today was not a good place. But now we're aware of it just because she went out there. And I think those are all important because that's a different kind of parent involvement. They need some help, right? And it's not always help that is positive because they may be in a bad place. So I think understanding the community is crucial to that, and building opportunities for parents around the various needs that are out there is important. And obviously it costs money, right? I'm not sure what the structure is in the district for that, but that would be something that I would look at and see where and how it needed support. But obviously seeing what's being done now is the first step.
Thank you.
Trustee Gilkerson, number 13.
Thank you, President Burns. Mr. Ramirez, on your application, you indicated that you have never been convicted of a criminal offense other than a minor violation, and you checked no.
Yeah.
Do you still stand by that?
That was an oversight, and I apologize for that. I do hope that you all know that I've functioned from the perspective that I've been a public employee, and anybody even getting close to my name is going to see I have a DUI. There's no way I as a superintendent, and now having been superintendent at Stockton, can I hide any of that? So that was not my intention, nor even if it was my intention, could it be successful? Because that is something that's very clear. It was all over the news through multiple counties, right? So it's ironic that the media outlets, the 3 places that I've had cabinet or superintendent positions, are the media outlets are owned by the same company. So all of those media outlets saw me on TV when I received that DUI. So I want you to know that that was an oversight on my part, and I apologize for that, but it is very clear to me that in anything I've done, that I'm not going to withhold information because I can't.
Can I have just another quick, okay, thank you, President Burns. Personally, I'm really struggling with this because that was a question on the application, and I'm sure you filled out many applications, and I'm sure that question is always asked. So when you say it was an oversight, I'm having a hard time rectifying that in my mind, that just saying
And I
it's an
understand.
oversight.
Yeah, and I
because-
understand that, and I can't give you another answer because I'm not going to make one up.
Because
And
that really should probably disqualify you.
And that's,
Okay.
so
I'm just saying that.
what
that's
I
all.
will answer to that is, I appreciate that statement, and I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with you. You as a
Mhm.
board, I get that piece,
Okay.
and I appreciate that, and I don't want you to think that I'm going to try to challenge it, dismiss it, or even
Okay.
question it, because you
Right.
have that.
So if you
right
were
and authority.
disqualified for not answering honestly on that, you'd understand.
I would understand if you as a board disqualified me for something that even wasn't there, because you are the board, and ultimately, if you don't want me here, you're going to make that decision.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
I'm the last one here, and I've got one.
Oh, you got a dissertation there.
I got one question. As you may know about our district, we are declining in enrollment each year.
Mr. Burns. Mr. Kangas left. Should we wait?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, he has the question, so I think we're good. We had approximately 72 to 7,500 students about 10 plus years ago, and have steadily declined to around 5,000 today. We have 16 schools, including 2 at the lake. This year alone, we have dropped by about 250 students, losing about $2.5 to $3 million. We have some of our elementary schools with 250 to 275 students, and the capacities are around 800. We also have a high school at the lake with very low attendance, to the point we are spending about $18,000 per child for education. You may not know that we used to get all of the money straight from the county to operate our schools, but a few years ago, legislatures decided to take all the money into the state and pay out all counties the same per student, and Douglas County lost big time. We get only around 10,000 per student. I found out that we run almost the same number of employees and still run the same number of schools with most running way below capacity. With Wattell High School at the lake running so low, nothing has changed to save it. We're at a crossroads with our schools operating on cuts from the state and low attendance. We have to do something very soon. Also, we have approximately 900 to 1,000 homeschoolers in the county, which there are around 682 registered with the district, and the rest have refused to register. Here's my question. Have you ever been in this similar situation, and how did you handle it, and how did it turn out?
Yeah, that's facing a lot of districts today, as you all know. When I was in East Salinas, we were declining. We had significant amount of kids leaving the district for the neighboring district. Very easy because the school districts overlapped. So it was very easy for them to go. We were one of the lowest achieving districts, and it was dropping. I think they had dropped about 1,000 kids, and even our employees were having their kids leave the district. So the campaign that we had was around student achievement, right? The question around, what do I think about that? That's it. We had schools that would leave, and I did this as a principal as well, right? The kids that were leaving, and the schools that they were leaving to, we identified them because they had to fill out information with us to apply for an inter-district. My predecessor wouldn't sign them, and then eventually you would have to sign them. So we signed them, and I said, we need to sign them. What we need to do is figure out how we're going to address it. So as student achievement began to rise, as students had way more options on our campuses, we put in a full-fledged sports program for an elementary school district where the schools competed against each other because of the number of schools. They're so close because it's so dense that a lot of, weekends use strollers all over the place. We brought back a music program, a theater program, but we brought all that back through partnerships in the community where it was affordable and sustainable over time. All of that began to change the perception of the district. I think over there, when you go into an impoverished community, you expect to see a rundown school. So curb appeal was something we did right away, and started making that change so that the hub of that neighborhood and the staple of that neighborhood was the school, and it was attractive and people wanted to be there. I began to visit the Rotaries in the community. I began to visit churches in the community. I began to visit anywhere that would allow me to come in and talk about our growth. Each year we had the state of the district, and I'd share it, right? And as folks began to see the improvements, and as they began to see opportunities for students and us in the community, things changed. And I'll tell you, we had to redraw boundaries, right? Something that's so difficult. Just like closing a school, it's impossible. You don't want to do it because no one is ever, there's no right reason to do it except one school's crowded and the other one's not. And in East Salinas, I'm sharing with you, it's dense, so schools are so close. However, they're divided sometimes by main roads. So I had a 100-unit apartment with about 80 kids that would change the balance in schools, right? So they could see their school from their window. And if there wasn't one house that blocked the other school, they could see that school too, but they couldn't see it. So I began meeting with the residents of that apartment complex Fridays, Sundays when they were available, and began discussing it. We came up with a plan on the kids being grandfathered, and the ones that wanted to go would go. It would take us a few years. We would bus them, and it was probably a quarter mile, but there was a main street. And there's no way to do it if you didn't take them, because a cross guard would not work. 2-lane, street that had a lot of traffic and the speeds were not controlled. There wasn't enough police officers to control it. So we were able to do that. And it's again around campaigns that are looking at what the community needs and how we can deliver it, and being there with families. It can change. I think people are moving to this area. Your school district currently is ranking high in the state. How about if you left all the other districts way behind? Right? How about if that California district isn't anywhere near the performance here? They will come, and that will change. People want their kids to go to schools that are achieving. People want their kids to go to schools that are safe. Safety is a huge thing in the country right now. They also want their kids to go to schools where there's activities, and they're active, and they're involved in extracurricular things, that they have options to dual enrollment, that they have everything they read about, they want to be able to read in their school district. It is not far-fetched to see that happening here, because the achievement is there. It's that next step that will bring them back. Nothing's going to bring students that leave back quicker than student achievement, my opinion, of course.
One last one.
Mhm.
Is there anything that we have not covered that you would like to talk about?
I would like to ask this question, and I don't need every board member to answer, but I'd like to get an answer from a couple of you. Based on the current culture of the district, how amenable are you as a board to work with me, if you choose me, to start identifying 3 to 5 ideas that board and staff that is misaligned with the board right now are willing, or see as priorities? How willing are you to start looking at that to bring the district to a balance and bring it back to what some folks, what I've heard in terms of their opinion of where it was? Yes, ma'am.
It's been my intention to have it that way from the beginning. I don't know how this got to this point. My desire of my heart is, my husband's an educator. I love students. I'm a grandmother of 5. I would love to have some kind of relationship, and whatever this thing is that's so dark, go, quite frankly. I think many know that the intentions are not evil here. Thank you.
As a
I think a lot of what you said rings true. Parent involvement is important. Students are the most important. I believe that we need to get back to that, and I would be happy should you be chosen to make that a priority.
As a lifelong teacher, of course, it's only about the children and the staff, and I wish that we could have a better relationship.
I was not going to make this statement, but I pay attention to a lot. I'm a numbers guy. Been that way my life. So the numbers I look at is, I look at how well are we doing proficiency wise, our testing and all that stuff. That's across the nation. And when I see a proficiency, and I'm leading to something here, when I see a proficiency that is as low as what we are, that's why we're 50th, part of the 50th of the nation, but it's low. And this is not teachers' fault. I want to make that perfectly clear. We've got great teachers. It has to be with how we're going about it, with curriculum and everything. But I just want to bring this out to one point. I look at those numbers and I asked one of our administrators to give me a breakdown according to the numbers or percentages that we have by race. Because I want to be concerned about all the kids, not just certain ones. And we hear a lot about the kids that are accomplishing, and that's great. I mean, we're proud of that. But I almost feel in some way that we're not doing what we could be or should be doing for the other ones. And so we have approximately 65% white. We have approximately 25% Hispanic, and we have about 9% Black. Now, there's a lot of other small numbers. But the proficiency on whites is around 33% in math. I believe this is 11th grade. And Hispanic is 10%. That disturbs me a lot. And the Blacks is in the same category. Go to math, the math is higher in the whites category. But when it comes to Hispanics, it's hardly any different than 10%. I think it's 14 in the English art. So those are the type of things that I get concerned about. I'm always looking for the kid that's not achieving and can and could. But are we doing the job? I'm asking that question. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just asking. We have to ask ourselves about these things.
Yeah.
If we're really about the kids, then what are we doing when it comes to the scoring and stuff? And I'll tell you this, I talked to quite a few high school teachers, and they see it, and they see reasons why. And when you said something about working with the staff, working with the teachers, they're the professional, I absolutely agree with that 100%. So if you have any comments pertaining to that, we're welcome.
Well, no, I mean, I asked that because I think a big challenge, as I mentioned at the beginning, you don't know the superintendency until you get into it, because you've never worked with the board directly until you're there, right? So I asked that because that's one of the biggest things that'll have to happen is the relation between the superintendent and the board. If you choose me, our relationship and some tough things that are going on, right? And tough conversations. And that is important to be able to have. And that's why I ask it, because I want to make sure that we are all on the same page of student achievement, students, having them feel like they have every opportunity that's in front of them. Doesn't matter that Douglas is rural. They can have access. We have to create it. And I didn't get any feeling from any of you in your questions or your comments that that's not the priority, and that's reassuring to me. So I appreciate that very much.
Anything last? You have? Okay, Mr. Engelkirk.
You know, there's been a lot of accusations flowing out here, and I think it's important that we address them. And some of these I have not seen, and some of them, they were just emailed to me. So I'll start with one, and I'll let other board members go on. I would like you to speak on this accusation of a hit and run. Somebody threw that out there. Is that just a wild accusation?
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'll say is I've addressed what has been brought forward to me, and I think it's important to understand where we're at. I think it's very important for all of you to know that I have a DUI, and their accusations and things will come. I want you all to know that if my choice there, which I'm not proud of, is in your way, you're not going to hurt my feelings, right? You're not. And I want you to, I say that with respect and support. You have a hard job. When you sit up there, you take all the hacks. Everybody doesn't see that. They don't feel it until they sit there. So you have a decision to make. And I think if what folks are saying is in your way, I appreciate it. And I thank you for inviting me. I think you have a very strong community. I think you are all working well. I think I've answered the questions around all of that. I mean, the sexual harassment, there's a letter that I can provide for you that was written by an attorney. I mean, we can go on, but I want to make sure that we get to a point where things are clear. I am the person that's in front of you. I've not shied away from anything that has come. I answered all the questions that were given to me. Yes, sir. Not everybody likes the answers. I get that, but I was there. I'm here. I was asked, why do you want to be here? Are you coming back? You came back. This is part of the job, right? I mean, you're going to get hit as superintendent. So I think I've answered everything that I have that I know about. And I appreciate the fact that you allowed me to come. So I don't have anything else I think that I can give you that I didn't mention in my interview that isn't there. I mean, I sat in front of the board at Stockton and had accusations about different things. I sat in front of the board at Alisal, much more. I don't know what they all are, but I can tell you the ones that I've had and been accused of, we've discussed. So I guess my answer to you, trustee, is no. No, you asked me the allegation. I don't have that allegation. You asked me about a hit and run.
I asked you if there's any basis to
No.
this. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
That's what I wanted to know too.
And I said that because I want all of you to be in a position where you know that the human side is involved too. And it's hard to make a decision like you're going to make. Please know that I came here wanting to work with you, but if I can't, I understand that. I understand that very clear. And I want you all to know that I feel good about being in front of you. I've shared with you information. And if that information is not aligned with you, I appreciate that too. And I mean that sincerely. Your question, I appreciated that question. And my answer is that and your decision, I think you have a lot of integrity and I believe it.
Okay, Mr. Kangas?
Well, this isn't as tough a question, but I have to ask it because I saw it. Did you happen to fill out 2 different applications for?
No, I didn't fill out 2 applications, and I'm glad you brought that up. I was going to bring it up. I knew that there was a vacancy. So what I've done in the past, if I've had interest, I've sent it to the board president and maybe another board member. I wouldn't send it to all of you because obviously Brown Act violation. So that's why I sent what I had.
Yeah, only reason I say that because I got the application that I scored on, and then there's an application that showed up afterwards and it had different
No,
information.
I was asked to provide other information, so I provided other information.
Okay, so they don't match, that's all I'm saying. So that was concerning to me. There are differences in answers on the 2 applications. I'm not gonna be specific, they're just, okay.
I think you should be.
Let's not, hold it.
You're the one that brought it up.
Let's stop. Trustee Gilkerson?
Yes, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, Mr. Ramirez.
And I'm not hearing that, so please.
Please, no offense.
Yeah, no.
But when
I'm
Mr.
taking-
Engelkirk had asked you about the hit and run, and the information I read said that you did plead no contest. Is that a true statement or no?
That's not true statement.
Okay, thank you. I have one more, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm still trying to understand, when you applied, when you sent this application in, because this is really all I saw. I didn't get the other piece of your application until, I think, the 25th, of 22nd, thank you, Jeannie, of January, and we had to have this in long before. And on here, it says, I'm not sure, but when it asked you, where did you see the information to apply for this? Where did you see that? What site was that on?
I saw website that you had a vacancy, that you had appointed an acting, so I acted on that, right? And I know colleagues that work in Nevada, and I had heard that that was out there. I didn't see the application until after, so initially I sent my resume and a cover letter, right? Just standard stuff. And then I submitted it. There was a quirk in it. I remember we had a conversation about it, but there were some things that I added after I spoke to Jeannie, and I think that was communicated.
Okay, so you have, one other thing, you have never spoke with anybody on the board or anyone in our actual.
I did speak to Jeannie and the board president when they called me about the application.
Okay, that was the only conversation you had.
And I ran into some of you yesterday.
No, I meant
Right.
before all that. I meant before all this. Okay. No, okay, thank you.
Mr. Engelkirk.
I would like you to speak more about I read the stuff about your 2 years as a superintendent, talking about 30 million in budget reductions and building a building for 4 million instead of 22 million.
Yeah.
I'd like you to speak more about the financial successes you had, because that was one of the things that caught my eye, because we're in a position in our district where, figuring out how we can save some money financially is critical. So I'd like you to speak to that.
So the first one, Stockton Unified has 8 bargaining units. I'm starting with that because I think that'll show you the complexity of moving forward with the $30 million budget cut. The budget cut had a series of non-staff member cuts or reductions. It had a sizable amount of administrative cuts, right? All part of it. But the bargaining unit cuts that were made and successfully made because of the conversations we had, how we built it up, what we discussed while we were there, in understanding that the budget shortfalls were there. I think it made it possible because we talked about if any other funding comes in. I had plans on how to increase ADA, which would bring, when you're talking about nearly 40,000 students, 1% one ADA is huge, right? It's a huge return, and you could get to a balance, and ADA was low. So we were able to do that through collaboration with staff, and that was the way we made it. The building, when I arrived, my predecessor had purchased a building that they were going to use for the district office, because the district office that I was in with the staff at the current time wasn't ADA compliant. It was really old. It needed a lot of work. So he made an investment, but they had a plan for renovation of it that exceeded $20 million. So when I saw the plan, it didn't make sense to me, because a district office didn't need glass windows inside, didn't need all of the excess that was put into that budget. So we took that, we brought in another architect, we redesigned the building so that it would have maximum capacity with the most efficient approach, right? So we didn't do all the excessive things. It was already a building that was used by a government agency. It just needed some touch up. There was a room that wasn't finished, maybe about 5,000 square feet. We left that undone because it wasn't enough. And when all was said and done, we were able to get it complete for under $4 million. And if you all have been involved with any construction projects, you look at it, there's always reductions, right? In the material you use, how far you go. So I've been involved in a lot of that through building schools from scratch, as well as renovations or additions. We in Salinas, we looked at how we could do additions for schools because they were over capacity, and because it was a Bay Area type costs, even in Salinas, in Monterey County, we utilized a 2-story building. We utilized a prefab 2-story building, and it got us a 30% reduction. So I've worked on projects like that many times to try and save the district money and still get through efficiency, but still get the end result. right? And they're rated at the same level as a traditionally stick-built building.
Anyone else? Okay. You got another? Go for it.
I've heard some disparaging comments about the audit that I don't know if it was requested by you. I don't know if somebody else came in and done it, but anyway, there's some questions to me about exactly what was this audit? Why was it done, and why do you have some people have a problem with it?
There were two audits. The first audit was to look at the district's financial situation. From that audit, and the reason why, because there's a lot of things that have been in place, and there was years of issues in that district. They're still working on trying to balance the budget based on budgeted items that are there that may not be utilized, staff members. It just hasn't been cleaned up. There was a CBO there for a while, and the accounting wasn't matching. So we did that. The extraordinary audit that has been mentioned was what I said earlier, and that was the item that I discussed and walked you through the process was identified. I brought the FICMAT group in to see all these things, right? They came in after that process had started, and I saw it as going away. I thought the board was going to follow my recommendation, but the board president at the time put it on the agenda. It's her agenda, put it on the agenda. We added that consent. I mean, the consent. We added the all the background to the item that we developed through with 3 attorneys so that we'd be able to show that this is not a staff recommendation. This is the board recommendation. So the board is driving this. We're not recommending it because staff had gone through a process. They chose the top 3 they recommended. The board denied it. They said they wanted 5. So that was beyond my control. And that's why I'm in front of you. If I had done that, I don't think I'd be in front of you. But that's what the audit says. If you read the whole audit, what it says is I should have made a public statement in the boardroom, and what we made was a public statement on the agenda item.
I'm not sure I follow that, but hopefully
And
Dave
and
does.
and I'm not sure I follow, and I'm not sure I follow how the media works too, because they never wrote anything else about it. And it's flat now, and they've looked at the board members to see where and what's going on. There was a public comment about 2 grand jury reports being done. There are probably 50 grand jury reports on that district. They do 1 or 2 a year. So these processes have taken place, and I could not stop the board from pushing it forward. And as I mentioned, that's what led to them trying to push me out when the extraordinary audit came out. They were saying I brought that in. Well, I did bring FICMAT in so that they could watch and make sure that they audited everything that had been done previously, obviously not for decades, but for at least the last year that we were there, to be able to understand how we're going to move forward, because the budget had it and it continues to have that structural deficit. It has not been addressed yet. You know, at some point, I mean, you said your construction background. At some point, you can only have so much credit, right? The federal money is going to run out soon. Like it had run out when I got there. Now it's there. So at some point, they're going to have to address that. But it continues to be there because not everything was implemented. We had, I think of the findings, there are maybe like 15, 20 findings. We were able to address, I think 10 of them while we were there, myself and the CBO at the time, but we didn't get through all of them in the short period.
Okay. Acting Superintendent, Mrs. Dwyer.
I'm requesting a 10-minute break to switch out candidates and use the facilities.
No. Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Welcome, Mr. Holmes. Good to see you here again.
Thank you.
Saw you, I think, yesterday floating around. What we have is some questions. Each one of the trustees have submitted a couple of questions. And what I'll do is take and go around. Each one will ask a question, then we'll come back and do it again.
Okay.
Second round. So are you ready?
Sounds good. Let's do it.
All right. So let's start out. I'm going to ask you a question, kind of a wide open question, and we'll get rolling from there.
Okay.
What is your background and experience that has prepared you for a superintendent position?
Yeah, thank you. So in front of you, I've included my entry plan, and that may allude to some of the details, but I grew up in Billings, Montana, attended Billings Senior High School, which I'll explain in a second here. From there, graduated from Eastern Montana College with a degree in health enhancement. Graduated from MSU Billings with a master's in physical education, and then graduated from Montana State University Bozeman with my administrative endorsement. During all that time, I started my educational career or shortly after. I started in 1991. I started teaching 7th grade health enhancement. I did that for about 7-8 years. Then for 2 years, I taught, and this is kind of a kicker, I taught K-6 PE, and I taught 9-12 PE, all in the same year. So I can sit here and I can tell you, I've taught grades kindergarten through 12th grade. I've taught every grade there is, and including my time teaching 7th grade health enhancement, I also taught adapted PE, which was really very rewarding and very satisfying. I thoroughly enjoyed that. After my start with teaching, I became assistant principal at Billings Senior High in Billings, Montana. Had 1,900 students. And I won that position. I did that for 2 years. I was promoted to the associate principal. And I had to backtrack on that one because the superintendent said, I'm just going to move you. And I said, Jack, don't do that. You're going to set me up to fail. At least let me interview. So I did, and still won the position. But he came back to me in 2006 and he said, you're the next principal at Billings Senior High. And I said, no, I said, we've been through this before. I said, I'll interview for it, but I'm not going to be the principal. And he said, no, you're the principal and you're not going to interview for it. He said, it's already in the board packet, and all they need to do is approve the consent agenda. And I just looked at him and grinned and shook my head and said, thanks, appreciate it. Said there's 72 other people that want this job and you're awarding it to me, which I appreciate. But I would rather interview for it. And needless to say, the next 10 years went extremely well. And I can confidently say he made a good choice. So that was my time in Billings. And then I had heard from a friend that there was a brand new school opening in Gillette, Wyoming, which is about 240 miles to the southeast. And I thought, what the heck? I'm up for trying something different. I applied for that position. I won that position. It was the largest panel I've ever interviewed in front of. There was 26 people. I spent 1 year preparing to open the school. The second year we opened the school. And at the end of that year, which I feel like I left a significant handprint on, I was asked if I would apply as the associate superintendent of the district, and there's 8,800 students in that district, and I won that position. So for the next 5 years as associate superintendent, I was in charge of finance. Our annual budget was about $140 million in general fund, anywhere from $50 to $70 million with grants and unanticipated funds. I was in charge of transportation, was in charge of accounting, nutrition, business IT. I was in charge of all the legal documents that flowed through the district to the attorney or vice versa. And I was also the legislative liaison. To date, I've testified in front of the Wyoming either the legislative session or Senate or House at least 30 times, and had a little bit of success, particularly advocating for adequate funding, and was able to secure funding through testimony for a brand new elementary school, which is currently in design in Campbell County. Also, during my stay in Campbell County, the board told me in 2019 we want a new natatorium aquatic center. And I said, you don't have enough money. And they said, get us enough money and let's get a new aquatic center. And the year I left, they had $50 million, a $39 million aquatic center that is currently being built as we sit here now and will be done in 10 months. So we figured out a way to save the money. Some was through grant funding locally, and others was all district money, no state money. And so they'll pay cash for their natatorium. My wife and I kind of woke up one day and said, we're tired of 35 below weather and 50-mile-an-hour winds. And she said, and I'm tired of seeing you fall down in the front driveway when you're shoveling snow. And she said, let's find someplace warm. And so we ended up in Las Vegas, and talk about warm, we went from one extreme to the other. But inevitably we made a good choice, and I mean, it is what it is. So I've had a phenomenal career. I've always had stellar evaluations, and I truly say that, you know, for anyone, the greatest story you'll ever tell is your own. And as I sit here right now, I'm very confident in saying that to you. It's been a phenomenal story that as far as my educational career.
Okay. The first question is Trustee Dickerson. Yeah, well, yeah, second.
Okay, and welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
What is the most important function of education?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think the most important function is to create thinkers and problem solvers. And I think when we teach students to think, you know, we have to afford them the opportunity to think of the predictable things in life, but also the unpredictable things, so that they become problem solvers. And it's easy to say, you know, oh, we should teach them math, we should teach them reading, we should teach them, you know, other direct skills, language arts. But I think that to me, it's just to create thinkers and to get them to be able to apply that thinking to real world applications, so that they can go on and be successful in whatever it is they choose to do. And I think of that as being exit ready. If we create thinkers who can solve, like I said, predictable and unpredictable problems, they're exit ready, and they're ready to go on to that next step, whatever it is they choose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Engelkirk, number 4.
Welcome, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you.
I'm a district representative for the Lake District, or I was elected out of that district. Obviously, we represent the whole district, but I do have special place in my heart for the lake schools. And I'm basically, many of the Douglas County families can't afford to live up at the lake anymore. And our lake schools are struggling with dwindling enrollment numbers. What ideas do you have to avoid having to close these schools?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I spent some quality time up there today at Zephyr Grove, and I mispronounced it, so forgive me, George Whittle. But I think we need to draw kids to the area, and there's some unique opportunities up there that perhaps don't exist, you know, per se, and down here in the valley. And I say that to be respectful of both the valley and the lake area. But I know the principal up there had talked about the possibilities of starting a fire, what do I want to say? A fire program, yeah, a program within the school that addresses firefighting and, you know, ecosystems and stuff like that. And it might be an opportunity where we have students who are here in the valley who are interested in something like that and are willing to go up to one of the lake schools. I also think, and it's just my opinion based on observation today, that if some students were to see all the phenomenal things that are going on in the elementary as well as the middle school, high school, I might want to go up there. So I don't know how much we showcase what's really available up there, but my thought is we need to, because like I said, just in my one-day observation, there's some pretty phenomenal things going on up there with the fire starting or the, you know, program to address that and with the possibilities of dual credit, dual enrollment, but even other things beyond that. So I think we got to put it out there and showcase it. Thank you.
Okay, trustee Jansen, number 6.
Welcome.
Thank you.
In May, the board introduced a policy to protect girls' sports and safe spaces. I believe that most of the citizens in this county would like to see a policy put in place for our students like that. We are currently waiting for the Ninth Circuit Court to rule on an Arizona case before we add that policy to our agenda. In the meantime, what do you propose to do to keep our girls safe and our girls' sports fair?
Well, and that's a huge question right now, and I think we need to follow the courts very, very closely. We need counsel, and we need counsel's opinion. And I believe it's the NIAA, the Interscholastic. You know, they have their codes of and expectations, bylaws, whatever it is. So I think we need to continue to follow the laws as they currently exist. Seek out cases, seek out, you know, whatever it is that helps us as we prepare, if something like that, you know, should happen here at Douglas County. But I'm not a lawyer, so that's where I definitely turn to the lawyer and say, please offer advice, because those are touchy subjects right now, and they're very, very important subjects as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Trustee Kangas, number 8.
Welcome.
Thank you.
My question is there anything in your past history that should concern the board or this community should you be hired as our superintendent?
I can give you a pretty quick answer. Absolutely not. I bragged last night. I never even got a speeding. Someone asked me something. I said, well, I never got a speeding ticket, and I better knock on wood again. But no, sir.
Thank you for your honest answer.
Yeah.
Trustee Wagstaff, number 10.
Thank you for coming
Yeah,
tonight
thank you.
and for being patient.
Not a problem.
My question is, have you lived your life in such a way that you would be a role model for students and teachers in this conservative community? And what are some examples?
Yeah, that is a good question. Number one, I believe in walking the talk. I'm not just going to tell you I'm a good person or that I'm capable of doing this or capable of doing that. You'll see it in how I walk and how I carry myself. The other thing is, the kids asked me today, they said, describe yourself. And I said, honesty, integrity, and I said, and the ability to build and relate and sustain relationships. And those 3 things I will carry forever. The other thing I think is important, particularly for me, is I need to be consistent in how I behave, because that reflects on the people that are watching. And in a position like this, it's 24/7, 365. And quite honestly, it has been that in my associate position, associate superintendent role, my principal role, my associate principal role, in my assistant as a classroom teacher. I mean, the kids or last night I was visiting with someone and they said, "Why'd you get an education?" I said, "Because of a man named John Alberta." I said, "That guy was an idol to me." I said, "He walked on water and I wanted to be just like John Alberta." And so I absolutely, I think that how you carry yourself, how you conduct yourself, is extremely, extremely important. And the other part of that, probably the last part, is I model the exact behavior I expect in the classroom. And in a classroom, if they don't like the behavior, they kick you out. And since, that's not an option for me to be kicked out, I need to hold true to what I say I'm going to do and how I'm going to act. So absolutely, and not a problem. I would even ask you, before you hire me, call my wife. She'll tell you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And number 13, trustee Gilkerson. Yeah, I'm just seeing if you're paying attention.
There you go.
Thank you for being here,
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Holmes. My question to you is, what do you believe has the greatest impact on a student's success in school and why?
I think the classroom teacher. And it goes back to what I just described about John Alberta. I think if a classroom teacher can provide rigor, if they can demonstrate relevance, and most importantly, if they can create and sustain a relationship with a kid, they can teach them anything. They can teach them absolutely anything. And I think that our teachers, I watched it today in action, teachers, working with little kids, and there was a little group of pre-K 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, talk about making your day. The level of engagement and these little kids going up to the principal, I think he was seated here earlier, and grabbing him by the leg, and because they're so excited to see him. I think that's what teachers are just by nature. They gravitate towards kids. They create that relationship, and I don't think you could ever do without direct instruction and without those people and the paras and the support that as well. All the non-classified, but I just think they're essential.
Okay, number 3, trustee Dickerson.
What is the role of a superintendent in relation to the school board, district, staff, parents, and students?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I work for you and I answer to you. And the board, in my opinion, is policy and or regulation. As far as, to me, that's one side of it, and that's a very important side of it. The other side is you have an administrative team. You had supervisors, managers, you have building principals, you have classroom teachers, you have students, which are by far the most important. You have parents, you have the community, and at the end of the day, you answer to everyone. And you have a responsibility to do so, because like I said, you're my boss, but these are my constituents, and I need to be consistent, and I need to be available, and I need to honor those people, celebrate those people, and work with them in every capacity possible. So yeah, it's almost like it's a really a rewarding position to be in, where you're working with both sides like that. And I use the SRO over here as an example. One minute they're trying to create and sustain a relationship with the student, and the next minute they're saying, well, I have to give you a citation for, driving too fast in the parking lot. Well, you just told the kid you liked them and you just, created a great relationship, but now you got to take that hat off and issue them a citation. It's a great balancing act. And quite honestly, I don't think everyone can do it. But I'm more than confident that I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, number 5. Trustee Engelberg.
Okay, my question is, do you think the Federal Department of Education is beneficial or detrimental to the education of our youth in America, and why?
It depends. What are the, what are the restraints? What are the constraints? I was taught early on, and I believe this, I don't ever want to owe anyone anything. So if there's federal money available, with sideboards and without expectations or constraints, I'm all about it. If it involves something, doing that I don't particularly agree with or that is illegal, immoral, then I'm going to look a little bit closer. So it just depends. I don't agree, and it changes with administrations. But with changes come different policies, and there's policies out there I do and don't agree with, and it's always been that way in my career in education. So with changing times, you need to pay attention and decide if it's right for the district or not. And sometimes there's little connectors that you wouldn't normally see, but you need to be thorough, when you're on the receiving end of grant funds or whatever it is, to make sure that it's the right thing.
Okay, number 7, Trustee Jansen.
The new board members ran on a policy to keep the woke agenda out of our schools, as the majority of citizens in Douglas County overwhelmingly voted for us to do. Research shows that school districts that spend too much time on social justice in lieu of basics have diminished test scores, graduation rates, and lowering of standards. We know from speaking to many of our teachers that they want to keep our educational standards high for our students. What is your position on higher quality education and keeping the standards?
Well,
Nevada is 50th in the nation.
right. I think the expectations need to be as high as possible. Students are only going to rise to the level of expectation that you put out in front of them. If you water down the standard, that's where they'll work to. If you increase the standards or the expectations, that's what they'll work to. And I think sometimes we shortchange kids. But I believe in order to get the maximum performance out of kids, we got to go back to the rigorous. Is it rigorous? Yeah. Is it relevant? Can they understand why we have to learn the Pythagorean theorem? Hopefully. And do we have a relationship with them? And if we do, we'll hit the mark. And to answer your question, about Nevada being 50th in the nation, that disturbs me. That's not okay. And I've done enough, research. This district is not 50th or 17th in the state. It's right up there, number 1. And that's fine, but it needs to stay there, and it needs to still continue to improve. The kids at Pawalu, and forgive me for keep looking down, but I want to make sure I say it right, Pawalu, kept asking me today, they said, well, what if we all get good grades and have good scores? Do we have to do MAP testing? And I said, no. I said, no. I said, I want you to even be better. If you hit the mark, good. Let's go higher. Let's be better. And let's, continue to increase your performance. I'm not okay with mediocrity. And just because you hit the mark, okay, that's great. Now set a new mark. And again, if you don't, we're shortchanging the kids. So I think you always need to look at continuous improvement and find ways to get better. And whether it's instructional, and I know your instructional team is doing some amazing things, or whether it's kids or whatever, but there's always some way you can, find an application to be better. And, to me, that's what it's all about. Yeah, I'm not okay with 17th. I'm not okay with 2nd. I kind of like 1st. But
Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Number 9, trustee Gangus.
What do you see as the most significant challenges facing Douglas County School District, and how do you plan to address them?
Well, I think there's a few, and it's just based on observation. One, you're always going to have financial challenges, and so adequate funding is important. I think SB 231 helped a little bit, and will help temporarily for perhaps another year. But I think adequate school funding nationwide is going to be crucial. And I think you have to have people up there that can go put themselves out there and say, no, you're not giving us enough money. The other thing is, I think that the average daily attendance or the absenteeism rate is still high, and I don't think that's acceptable. And that's a tough one, because what is it to incentivize kids to kind of revert back before COVID, where kids, for the most part, you had, I don't know, 94% daily attendance. You know, now you have 76%. You know, what is it that we can do to incentivize to get back to where we used to be? I think that's a challenge. And then the other thing, you know, here, I think that we need to work together as a team to work better as a board and community. And it's even in your, I can't had a lapse there for a second, strategic plan on the third to last page, that we need to work on community relations. And I think that's wise. I think anytime we can partner with the community, we're that much better off. An example of that for me is when I was the principal at Billings Senior High. When I took over, it was a mess. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful, but it was a mess. The first thing we did was mow the front lawn, so you could see the front doors. And the next thing we did is we advertised that you could come through the front doors. And I started having a thing in 2008 called Coffee with the Principal. And it was just an idea I had kind of stolen from someone else. And I started inviting people in on a regular basis to have coffee with me. And I'd have an agenda, a few highlights or things that were kind of active and going on in the building at that time. And is what I wanted to, the message I wanted to convey to the parents, to the community, is that those doors are wide open. And we want you to come in. Now, we don't want you to come in, interrupt learning and whatnot, but we want you to come in and see what's happening here. And the first year we'd have, I don't know, 15 parents, and we'd get a little, you know, smattering of different faces periodically. By the time I finished up in 2012 and 2013, I'd have 45 parents in there. And the best part to me, and I, trust me, I'm not a braggart, or I'm not one to sit and boast. But the best part to me is I had the parents in there that I needed to have in there. I had the title parents. I had the low income parents. And those are the ones that we needed, because those are the ones that I needed to be able to talk to. Because the reason I needed to be able to talk to them is because when they were in school, they generally had a bad experience. And they weren't fond on high school. But I needed to convince them. And the best way to do it was with what we're doing right now, through communicating that, no, this is a good place. And we are here working hard, and we're trying to do what's best for your kids. And I need you to partner with me. And I, again, I'm not one to sit and stand on a stool and bark my name, but I think we did a pretty darn good job with it. And like I say, especially when we started getting those parents in there, they didn't trust us. They didn't particularly like us. If I would call, or an assistant principal would call, they would rather hang up than talk to you. And over that span of about 4 or 5 years, we changed that culture so that those people were at least willing to have a conversation with us. And I felt like they partnered with us. in all the right areas. So I think we need to do some of that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Wagstaff, number 11.
Thank you. Please tell me what experiences you have had at increasing parent involvement across your previous districts and how you would implement a program like that.
Yeah, there you go.
You pretty much answered it, but
Do you want me to call coffee with the superintendent or? You know, I think there's all kinds of ways to partner with your community. And really it's, us reaching out. And, you know, I know in the legal world, extending an olive branch is a pretty big term. It's, to me, it's kind of the same thing. But I think that it needs to be us that reaches out and says, hey, we'll work with you. And knowing full well that you always intend to, but maybe that message just hasn't been conveyed. So whether it's coffee with the superintendent or sandwiches with the soup or something, or town hall meetings, or just attending activities and being able to have a conversation. One thing I love to do is go to football games on Friday night, Saturday afternoons, because all of a sudden you get to see kids and parents in a different light. I mean, you don't have the suit on and they're not going, oh, here comes the suit. It's, hey, there's the guy in jeans and a shirt that, you know, now we can have a little different conversation. So I think there's community things. There could be community functions that could be set up by the district. I don't know, you know, but I think if that's what we're willing to do, and I sense we are, then we need to find some of those solutions that can help us. And, so yeah, I think it's a great idea.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Gilkerson, now you can do 13.
Really don't want to. No. On your application, you indicated that you have never been convicted of a criminal offense
Mhm.
other than a minor traffic violation, and you checked no.
Mhm.
Do you still stand by that?
100%.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, my question, and I basically have one long one.
Okay.
As you may know about our district, we are declining in enrollment each year. We had approximately 72 to 7,500 students about 10 years ago and have steadily declined to around 5,000 today. We have 16 schools, including 2 at the lake. This year alone, we have dropped by about 250 students, losing about $2.5 to $3 million. We have some of our elementary schools with 250 to 275 students, and the capacities are around 800. We also have a high school at the lake with a very low attendance, to the point we are spending about $18,000 per child for education. You may not know that we used to get all the money straight from the county to operate our schools, but a few years ago, legislatures decided to take all the money into the state and pay out all counties the same per student. And Douglas County lost big time.
Mm-hmm.
We get only around 10,000 per student. I found out that we run almost the same number of employees and still run the same number of schools, with most running way below capacity. With the Wattell High School at the lake running so low, nothing has changed to save it. We are at a crossroad with our schools operating on cuts from the state and low attendance. We have to do something very soon. Also, we have approximately 900 to 1,000 homeschoolers in the county, which there are around 682 registered with the district, and the rest have refused to register. My question is, have you ever been in this similar situation, and how did you handle it, and how did it turn out?
Yeah, it's a good question. The funding part of it, yes, I have dealt with that, and I've dealt with it through direct testimony, working with legislators, working with committees. And in all honesty, when I left my position in Wyoming, they chose to sue the state. And they'll probably prevail and that will help them, but that's a different scenario for us. So I don't know. I think, as I alluded to earlier, I think adequate funding is always going to be an issue from here on out. And I think you just have to hammer on the doors that are willing to answer or that are required to answer and continue to fighting the good fight. As far as homeschool and declining enrollments, you know, I don't disrespect homeschool and I wouldn't speak negatively of it, but I'd love to have those kids in our district. And not just because of the funding that comes with the students, but because I believe in our educational system and I believe in the opportunities. I told you early on that I believe in direct instruction and putting a teacher, a certified teacher in front of students. And I hold firm to that. I mean, I think technology is great and it helps and it supports and whatnot. But a live body in front of kids, in my opinion, is the only way to go. So I don't know if there's a way to, and I'll use the word entice, and I don't mean to use it disrespectfully, but entice those people that are currently in homeschool situations back into the public schools. I think it's a fair question to ask if that could be done. And again, not so that the funding comes back with the kid, but because it's the right place for the kid to be. And I say that, you know, because I do understand homeschooling is best for some. I think virtual school is best for some kids. Some kids just have this built into their systems. It's all they do is, you know, work a video arcade thing with their thumbs. But for the majority of kids, I think this is the best place for our kids. I think it pretty much touched on it, but I think funding, and it doesn't, you know, give me goosebumps or make me smile when I say it. It's going to be a struggle for some time. As far as, excuse me, the, you know, displacement of funding, I get it. Montana was that way too. They put all the funding in one basket and then distributed out. Wyoming's a whole different deal. It's based on rich minerals, but I don't know. I think there's ways to find solutions to funding, but as I say, it's going to take work. I don't see it, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see it where the government just all of a sudden says, whether it be state, local, or larger level, that, you know, we're going to increase funding significantly and solve all your problems. So I don't know. We definitely got to stay on top of it, though.
And the last question. Is there anything that we have not covered that you would like to talk about?
Let's see here. Yeah, I've had an amazing career. I could tell you lots of things probably, but you know, I think the one thing I would touch on was my experience, my opportunity today to go from Pawalu to CC Menelry, Manili. Okay, I wrote it wrong. Gardnerville Elementary, and then up to the lake. There was some amazing things going on. You have some amazing students and some amazing teachers, and they're busting their tails. And when I was walking past those classrooms and going in and out of some, I didn't want to be too disruptive. But some of the things I saw was just, it's amazing. And that's what I want to continue to see is those relationships, those positive, nurturing relationships going back and forth with students and kids, because inevitably that's what's going to take them to the next level of success. And you know, we're just in the preparation mode. But as I said, my belief is our job is to make sure they're exit ready. And when they go out the door, if they go to CTE world, they go to work, that's fine. They go to military, that's fine. They go to college, that's fine. But we want to make sure that they are as ready as possible for that next step. And I embrace that opportunity with you to accomplish that. So, and I thank you for having me tonight too. Quite an honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Any follow-up question that you may have? Doug?
I have questions.
Sure.
I've heard concerns through comments from the public about the fact that you're coming out of retirement to apply for this
Yeah,
position.
sure.
And there's concern that you won't stick around for the long haul. What do you say to that?
Well, I'll sign a 4-year contract and I'll sign every extension you offer me. So that's a good question. That's a fair question. But right now I'm working as an assistant principal for the last 16 days. And yeah, I'm working as an assistant principal. And I say this respectfully, but I'm humble enough to do it. But I'm also eager enough to work that I'm not that guy that sits around the house and does nothing. And don't get me wrong, if you're that guy, I'm fine with it, but I'm not. I love to work and I love education. And when I moved down to Vegas, I applied for TJ Maxx. I applied for some airlines to do this and do that. And you know what they did? They told me, I'll call you Friday. You got the job. And you know what happened on Friday? No one ever called me back. And after about the 30th time, I said to my wife, I said, what in the heck is going on here? I said, is it me? And she just laughed and she said, no, you're overqualified. And I'm like, well, why didn't they just tell me that? Why wouldn't they be honest and tell me that? And she said, Dennis, not everything works in your world the way you think it should. But to answer your question in all seriousness, no, this is not a retirement gig or something to prop me up. And I would hope there's an annual renewal in that 4-year extension that could keep me around here for quite some time and continue to keep me here for as long as I can be here.
Thank you. Yeah, but somebody else have a question, they should go.
You moved from Wyoming, is that right? Because you wanted to get away from the cold. You went to Vegas. And as you can see, we do get snow here. We don't get quite as cold as Wyoming. But I assume or would hope that if you got the job, you and your family would be moving here.
Yeah.
And would not be commuting back and forth.
Yep. No, my wife and I and our 2 Boston Terriers and our cat will be here. And as far as the weather conditions, this is perfect. This is nothing like northeastern Wyoming. Yeah, until you've experienced 35 below ambient temperatures, you know nothing. And that's what we were trying to get away from. And don't get me wrong, we had good jobs. We worked with great people. But we just were at that point where, we said something a little bit milder would be fine. Vegas is nice, but it is hot. And yet if that's where I end up, that's fine. In some arenas, I'm pretty flexible. Some not so much, but yeah, this is fine. I actually got pretty excited when I saw the snow coming down about 90 miles south of town Sunday morning. It's like, oh, this is heaven.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Kangas.
Well, it's not really a question. I have just a comment, and that's, I'm looking at some of my notes that I wrote down on your application, and one of those would be, your experience in rural school districts, that seem to might have similar dynamics to Douglas County School District, and that's a big asset.
Yeah, well, thank you. Campbell County is a lot like Douglas County. The schools are spread out, they're further, the more distance in between in Campbell County. It's 90 miles from Little Powder down to Wright Junior Senior High. And it's about 45 miles across from Prairie Wind to, what's at the other end there? Not Cottonwood, but Rosette. So it's a little bit larger, but still it is that rural school feel. And when I went up to the lake today, aside from getting out of the car and the pine smell, which was just like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. That's exactly what I thought was a rural school. So I think you're pretty spot on there.
I can jump in, Doug. Excuse me. I just want some clarification. How did you hear about this position?
I read about it in the newspaper, watched it on your website. Um, I like to read in the mornings and I like to read different papers. The Nevada Independent is one that I take a look at, kind of, saw some indicators there, then started watching your website and, various newspapers, the Record Journal. I think they're here.
Mhm.
Follow them as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got another one.
I got plenty of time.
Okay, so you worked as an assistant superintendent.
It was technically as associate, but
Associate,
similar,
okay,
yeah.
okay. I mean, we don't have that position here, and I'm just curious how the experience in that position will prepare you to be an acting superintendent.
Yeah, it prepared me as well as any other position could have prepared me. I worked with the board directly. I was involved periodically with developing the board agenda with the board chair. I answered questions for the board on a regular basis. I actually served two boards directly because I had the rec mill board, which is where we got about $12 million of that natatorium money. And I was their direct person, so I wrote their agenda for them. We held those meetings 3 times a year, and that was a 5-person board that was appointed by the district trustee for the rec mill in the county. Other than that, you know, particularly in the last 5 years, have just had a lot of working experience with things that emulate the superintendent, which I feel have, you know, prepared me quite well for the position. And I won't lie to you, the other thing that gives me the confidence to tell me I'm your best candidate is the size of the district. Coming from a district of about 8,800 students to 53, 51, hopefully increasing in size soon. You know, a lot of parallels there as well too, so.
Hi.
Hello.
It looks like a lot of your experiences in health ed mainly. Is that so?
My first 9 years, I was primarily teaching health education. It was a joint curriculum, so it was called health enhancement.
Yeah.
On one day you teach health, the next day you had to teach physical education, and then continuously. The reason for that was, at first I thought, I just want to do this or do that. But the reason is that once you taught the importance of cardiovascular health, the next day you could demonstrate it and practice it. And it actually was a pretty wise curriculum, how they blended the two, to be able to, again, show the relevance. And you know, why students should pay particularly, you know, close attention to, you know, health things in general, as well as activity-based activities or whatever.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Absolutely.
No more questions? Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time.
So where do you want me to go now, Jeannie?
What pen do you want to put me in, right?
Be careful what you ask. You can just step aside while they deliberate and you can stay here if you'd like. It's up to you. It's all open. Mm-hmm.
Jeannie, where's John?
Curious.
Oh, I didn't know he was gonna leave. Okay.
Did somebody tell, well, in all fairness, did somebody tell him that? It is. I have a football
Okay.
across the street
Okay.
at the gas station. Doesn't know.
Yes. Have some deliberation here. Does anybody want to make any comments? Okay.
It feels to me like experience wise and articulating ideas on how to move forward and that, I mean, they were to me just miles apart. Personally, I think Mr. Ramirez had a lot to offer. I'll just say that. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, oh, definitely. Yeah, bless you. Um, so I was taking some notes from our public comment because I think it's important that we do listen to our public as well as our own guts. And I have to say that we are getting ready to decide if we're going to choose someone for the top position in our district. And I feel that in doing this, our children and our teachers deserve the best, the absolute best of the best. Saying that, in our scoring, we had 2 in the 80s and the rest below. That's a little concerning to me. Well, it's a lot concerning to me. You know, I ask myself, are we settling for okay? Are we settling for just okay? We heard by many people, even by the young lady that was here, our sophomore, you know, this should be a very competitive process. And in doing so, I feel that we need to have a little bit of a wider pool to do this. Again, I think we owe it to our teachers, our students, our community. You know, this isn't a political appointment. I think when we ruled out a search firm, I think we were doing ourselves a disservice by not doing that. As was said, we didn't receive anybody in our pool from the area or internally. I think that speaks volumes. I just believe that there could be stronger candidates out here. That being said, I did like Mr. Holmes a lot. But again, I'll ask our legal, Kendra. Can I go ahead and make a motion at this time? Yeah, but
Yeah,
I can still make a motion, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, any motion's gonna have to line up with the item here of number 4. And it says the board will conduct interviews for 2 superintendent candidates, Dennis Holm, John Ramirez, and may take action on appointing one of the new superintendent, as the new superintendent. So to line up with that, if you're
Okay.
gonna do a motion, you do a motion on, if you feel that one of them are the right ones, whoever's sitting here, you make the motion, you take the vote. If the vote
Okay.
doesn't create a 4 or more, if it's less than 4, then it's a no. Then you move on to the second one, you do the same thing. If it's a no, then we automatically go to the realm of opening it up again. It'll automatically go there. We won't, I mean, you can make a motion for that, yes, but it will automatically per se eliminate the 2 by vote. And that's what we have here. We have 2 of them on the agenda that we have to be able to yes or no, because those are the 2 that we have on the list.
Okay, well, thank you for saying that. And
I'm not used to this. A person can make a motion at any time, and once it's seconded, then that motion would go to debate, and that's when the rules of debate set in.
okay. So when I made my motion last time, it should have been to a debate instead of being disqualified? I'm asking the legal. though,
Because it
sorry.
wasn't on a specific item.
Okay,
The motion
It
was
needs to be on the
technically
record.
out of order, but if you would like to make a motion
okay,
regarding this item,
okay.
then it will
Thank you.
go to debate.
Okay, so I guess I'll finish talking about how I feel about our candidates first before I do that. And what I'd like to say is, I have great concern about Mr. Ramirez that he called his criminal offense and checking that he's never been convicted of a criminal offense, which was not true. He called it an oversight. And I have the biggest problem with that we're hiring the top person in our district, and he actually lied on his application. There was no oversight. He read it, he signed it, he checked no, and he knew that. And so I feel just for that reason alone, that he should not be considered, as well as his application, which if you look at the one he submitted, it's so incomplete. It was not superintendent material. If you look at it, and the public has his application out there, and they can look at it, that he filled out, well, they can't see that, but where it's blacked out, they put a person's name instead of the employment. And as I said earlier, I had to go in and look up the address to even see what school district he was talking about. It wasn't even listed on the application. And he's put that same person's name 3 and 4 times on the application. And there was absolutely no references. There was no resume. How can you apply? How can we accept a superintendent in our district with missing pieces like that and saying it's okay? I think we are shortchanging our community, and I think we're shortchanging our kids and our teachers. I thought he had some good answers too. Don't get me wrong. He answered some things I went, wow, that was a great answer. But you know what? Just because I'm not sure that, and I guess I'd have to ask legal, because he lied on his application, if that disqualifies him. He checked that he had never had a criminal offense. And because he was dishonest, that would disqualify him from doing that. It disqualifies him from my choice. Okay. But I thought that I was surprised when talking about head and shoulders above. I thought it was going to be Mr. Holmes, but apparently not. So
Okay.
that's it. Thank you.
Let me clarify something on criminal. I only have to I can go by, the NRS. And I said this before, the NRS in 391 talks about personnel. And with personnel, there's background checks, and what they show as criminal offense under those is going to be anything that's a felony, because that's what it says. It says felony. So that's the category. And honestly, I've interviewed and hired a lot of people over my years, and every time, I don't know where that comes on a form, because every form that I've ever used said, have you ever been convicted of a felony? That's criminal. Your misdemeanor is not a criminal offense. So it's like well, if you go to California, I can tell you right now, DUI is about the same category as a speeding ticket over there. So what I'm saying is just understand the window of the point of it. So if he's thinking that way, I don't know. I'm just making a statement according to NRS regulations. So,
Can I?
anyone else?
Yes.
Catherine?
I'd like to just make mention again that this man, I mean, to get a master's from Harvard isn't just a walk in the park. 30 years in education and 10 years as a superintendent. I mean, that's quite a bit of experience, I would say. And turning that school around until that was a Title I, and that it ended up being one of the best in the state. I mean, that's kind of impressive in a short amount of time also. So, I mean, there's a lot to be admired here as well. It's not like, you know, in my opinion, Mr. Holmes didn't have a lot, I mean, even remotely close to this in terms of experience. Just saying, thank you.
So last night I had the opportunity to attend and I stayed for the entire event and I talked to parents, I talked to community members, listened to both candidates. And one of the things that concerned me about Mr. Ramirez when it was brought up about his credit card usage when he was first superintendent, he said, well, there wasn't a policy about it. And that concerns me. Does that mean we have to dictate everything that he's going to do as a superintendent? Should we choose him? That's concerning. He should not have used the taxpayer paid credit card for a $400 charge at Macy's or to get his car washed. He, you know, you like one parent pointed out last night, when you reach into your wallet, you have two choices. Your personal credit card and you have the district credit card. And he chose to pay with the district credit card. That's concerning that it was, you know, there wasn't a policy, therefore that forgave him. I'm not sure.
Mr. Kangas?
I'll go back to my last comment to Mr. Ramirez, and that is that did he actually fill out two separate applications? If he didn't, then somebody changed information on one of the applications because there's different information from one to the other. He claimed he didn't. Unless there's something happened behind the scenes, he did.
Actually, he did say he added some information. You can go back in the minutes, maybe Karen can address that. He did say he added more information, Carrie.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they're different. They're different.
Well, they're going to
So
be
we-
different if he added it because it wasn't there before. I mean, right?
Yeah. of
Why
course.
would you add the same information if you were adding more
course.
information?
Okay. If he said he did, then
He did.
I'll retract my statement.
Yeah.
But he said he didn't at first.
May I speak real quick? One of the things that I think would be very interesting is to look at past superintendents and their credit card usage and see just how much liberty other superintendents in general across the spectrum use their credit card. I don't know, but at breakfast, this and that, you never know. I mean, have we looked into that? What our district has looked like that way over the past years? I know that we went and bought stuff for Karen because she's amazing for her day and we got reimbursed for it. So I know that there's times that credit cards, I don't know if this was the case, that are used to go buy things for district employees. You might go in and buy 7 pairs of gloves. I mean, am I right, Karen? There is that. There are gifts that are bought for staff. Am I right or wrong on that? With credit cards that are given through the district. So it's okay. Well, I'm asking. So you just take it out of your own pocket if you want to get gifts for anybody? Because I looked through the budget and there was monies for holidays, for Christmas gifts, for district and stuff. So what is that? No, I'm talking about one person, say that the superintendent buying a box of chocolates for everybody. You would pay for that out of your own pocket. You would use district funds. That's what I'm talking about here. That's right. That's what I'm talking about here, because I remember it for, there's a lot to read in a budget. And there was just some, monies that went out around the holidays for little tchotchkes for appreciation. I'm good with that. But it's not unheard of is my point.
But
Well, we spent 250 on you because you're worth it. You're worth it, girl. No, I know. I'm just saying, but I wanted to know if it was done because you would know that as our secretary, I would assume.
my only question, which we don't get the answer, wouldn't get the answer because he's not here. The question is, did he pay for it? Was it out of his pocket that he paid for something that he would spend at Macy's? We don't know. I don't know.
So last night and in the reporting of it and the news article that I read, and what he said last night is that he did pay that money back. So
Yes.
that right there shows to me that he knew he shouldn't have, and he did it hoping to not get caught. I don't know.
Well, I
But
would make,
2 months later, he paid it back.
yeah, I wouldn't make that claim unless we know. I mean, if he did it in a way that would be illegal, and that would be a felony. He'd have to be prosecuted for it. That's why it's so hard when you start talking about this stuff and you start using Google searches and all this different stuff. What is right, what is accurate, and what isn't? That's a question. I'm not trying to set anything out here, but we have to think about what is right and what isn't. That's what we, what is correct, what information is correct. He alluded to the papers over there, the media. Same media owns this one here. All the ones up through. The same media that we have here is owned by them. So we know how things will go with media. So all I'm saying is we have to be careful.
I agree.
In how we handle things with it. I'm
Yes.
not going
We have
one
to be
side,
careful.
one way or the other. I'm just
Right.
making a blank statement here. Yeah,
No.
accusations is very dangerous.
But back to
not
what
fair.
Linda said, if we didn't have Google and we didn't have the ability to look that up, would he have disclosed that he had a DUI? Because on his application, he
Well,
didn't.
that's where you come in background checks.
But we have not run background checks because he's not licensed in the state of Nevada.
Here, you can run a federal state background check, federal
But,
on this one.
but we did not.
And we could run a
Well-
state where he's at.
Did you mention before that you had done that?
Done what?
A federal background check on Mr. Ramirez or?
No.
Oh,
no.
okay. Well, I misunderstood. I'm just,
Yeah,
something,
no,
my
I
memory
did
says
nothing
you
with
talked
him
about
here.
it and then I just asked him
I'm
a question.
saying the NRS 391 refers to personnel. It refers to background checks, federal and state, with felonies. No, I run nothing on it.
But that
Okay,
would
I-
not
I-
have
I
shown up.
apologize.
Yeah.
It would not have shown up until, oh, okay, we like him, we're gonna hire him.
Well-
Then we run our background check and we find out, oh, wait a second.
Well, you're not as old as I am. We never had any
So-
of that stuff for a long time. That's all.
But we do, and we should
We do,
utilize those tools.
But the dangers
So-
are what is truth and what isn't.
Yes, and like he said, you're gonna get all the bad with very little good and no follow-up.
Yep.
And I get that.
Follow up.
Yeah.
That's the thing, isn't it? Because I know, and I'm not going to make this about me, but this is important to note. There's been things said about me about book banning and everything else. Doesn't make it true. But people have come at me going, oh my gosh, how could you do that? Because it's out there in the papers. But there is no follow up. And I think we're all do that. I mean, anybody can say anything, such and such beats her dog every day, but there's no follow up on that. And I mean, honestly, that's important. We'd all want that in our own lives if it was coming at us. I would.
I'll let you jump in.
Okay. There's been a lot of comments that people are not happy with either, board member. But my feeling is that because of the state of things with, This is a lot of work for Jeannie. This is the time that we need to get somebody in here. We can work some kind of a contract negotiation where we have some kind of an option where whoever we hire, we put in some sort of a clause that, you know, if this doesn't work out right away, then there's no buyouts and you just walk. That comes up in contract negotiations. I feel it's important that we fill the spot sooner rather than later, which would probably be this summer. Even the past superintendent, who spoke during public comment, I believe it was Dave Brady, made the comment that because of the dysfunctionality of our board, we will not get a good applicant. So I think we do have two good applicants here that we can look at and we can vote on. And so that is my feeling on how this evening will go.
I want to clarify something, because it came up, I think, on a email or something that I got, and it said, what happened to the three candidates? We had three, and the one was in the middle range, Johnson? Mr. Johnson, he took a position. He took a position when Jeannie and I called him and he said, I just took a position. So we just now also, Park County is now looking for a superintendent. Pershing is looking for a I think there's 7 now. Well, yeah, I know about those 2, but I think we still have 6 or 7 more because I was down for that president's meeting and that came up. So anyway, I just wanted to give an answer on the one that's not with us. Yes, Gilkerson, Ms.
Yes, yeah, a couple have been filled, but you do need to know that Clark and Pershing are using a firm. They're using an outside firm to work through there, and they're not, and you can see on TV with Washoe, they're not, their timeline is to get it filled by the middle of May. I have to say that I'm hearing our board fighting so hard to trying to hire a superintendent, and I hear trying to hire Mr. Ramirez. And if you read your emails from your constituents, and if you attended last night, you would have heard and you would have read how our constituents and our teachers do not want to work for Mr. Ramirez. He comes with a long list, true or false. I get that, right? But when it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's usually a duck. Let me finish, please. What I'm saying is, in 2004, there's an article in the Monterey Herald. And if you read the article, it does say that he pleaded no contest to the hit and run. So therefore, something's true there, I believe. He went before grand juries. We had a person from his district you guys got the email from the president of some association, and he happened to just be here up in Reno, and he saw our applicants. He went, what the heck? He saw Mr. Ramirez's name, and he immediately wrote to us and said, do you not Google? What are you guys doing? And we had that comment repeated over to us quite a few times that people wanted to know, did you just not Google and see about him? Now, granted, he's innocent until proven guilty, but why? Why would we take a chance with someone that has been accused, has been accused of using the credit card, and he admitted he did. He said he made a poor choice, or made a poor choice. He admitted he made a poor choice about the DUI. How many poor choices? What are our students going to think when they know we're hiring a superintendent that has a DUI? How about the young lady that spoke about the Montanucci girl that got killed by a drunk driver? I mean, come on, guys, we're in a small community. We need to respect these people. Truly, we need to respect the way they feel about drunk driving. Hey, and not that any of us are perfect, I realize that. But some things you're going to have all these kids know, they're going to know that our superintendent got a DUI. Is that really the best choice for our school district? I really feel, and I'll go ahead and I'll make my motion now. Okay. Anyways, I'm just so concerned. And you guys should have seen the emails from some teachers that said, I will not stay and work in this district if Mr. Ramirez is our superintendent. I'm just telling you that. You got those. And so I'm just telling you, it was a teacher that was has been here 29 years, one of them. And so I think we have to listen to our community. Not that he's, he did have good answers and everything, but he's got this black cloud over his head he's coming in with. And that's real, whether we, say that you're not guilty until proven or whatever, you're still carrying that black cloud. It's going to come here with him, regardless if he had never done anything. It's still, he did admit to that. And there's other things. So I'm just saying, and I'm not trying to, this is not a jury and convict him of anything other than we really need to look on to maybe have a stronger pool of candidates. That's what I feel. Anyways, go ahead.
Okay, so he was cleared of the grand jury thing. Okay, I do. And also, we have 2 employees in our district with DUIs that are still working in close communication with children. But the point is that
I'm sorry, I have
I
to
mean-
correct you. That's not true.
Oh, I heard, I talked to Mr. Deadman today,
Right.
and actually he confirmed that. I asked him, is it fair to say, because I had heard that there are 2 employees in our district that are working with DUIs. And he said, well, I can't give you names. And I said, well, I'm not asking for names. I don't even want names. I just want to know. And he said, that's a fair assessment. And that came right from Mr. Deadman this morning.
But were they hired with the DUI?
But they're still here. The point
Yeah,
is,
I
they're still
get
here.
that,
And if we're
but-
going to be so pearl clutching, right, in close communication with children, that they can make a mistake and they're right there with children. No, but I mean, let's stand back at 30,000 feet and look at this, or else they need to go. This is that ugly, and it is, I don't drink. I don't think
I don't
drinking and driving is right at all. But what I'm saying is that, let's let if this is where we are, then they need to go. Whoever they are.
So from where I sit, we actually have 3 options here, right? We have Mr. Holmes, we have Mr. Ramirez, we still have Jeannie. Jeannie's doing a phenomenal job. And I know that she is doing a lot more than she signed up for, but I also know she can because she's been doing it. She's got amazing support staff. And I think that keeping her where she's at as our interim superintendent and giving ourselves more time to expand our search, hire an outside firm if we need to, whatever it is, we are going to get a greater pool if we wait. And I'm not saying to discount Mr. Holmes or Mr. Ramirez. I'm just saying, they can come back for another interview, but why sell ourselves short?
Okay.
Yes,
Well,
I just need to correct myself. If there's a motion to adjourn while business is still pending, it's a privileged motion. It can be made. There's no debate. It goes straight to vote, but it has to be passed with a majority vote.
So if we make motions, and I'm just laying this out there, if we make a motion that says we're going to go strictly to bringing in more without voting about these 2 guys, and if it gets, you do not get 4 votes at least on this, then we come back, we vote for these 2 guys, and we don't vote either one of those in, you're sunk. Because you can't go back and make the motion again that we just voted down on the first one. So am I wrong?
I only spoke to a motion for adjournment. So if there's a motion to adjourn the meeting at this point while business is still pending, it goes straight to vote. And if it passes by, or it has to be seconded, go straight to vote, has to be passed by a majority vote. That does not discount putting additional information on a future agenda. It does not foreclose. Sorry? Okay. So, privileged motion for adjournment is different than a motion to take other action.
If I may, I will read my motion, if that's okay, because it goes a little bit further than just adjourning, but so in order to do this correctly by NRS, President Burns, I'm making a motion that we adjourn today's meeting, that we continue to accept applications for superintendent, and that we place on February's regular meeting agenda to revisit how we move forward to establish a process to identify potential candidates for our superintendent opening and select our new superintendent. Is that okay?
Yes, but I believe if that's your motion, then if it's seconded, it's then open to debate and the debate rules.
Okay.
And that means we kind of start all over again with the debate.
Yes, with the debate rules,
If,
if the motion passes.
if I understand this correctly, if.
I'm sorry, no,
if-
you debate first and then you vote.
But your adjournment,
If it's just a straight motion
straight
to
adjournment.
adjourn, then that's a privileged motion. There's no debate. It goes straight to vote after seconded. If there's additional terms, then it's not a privileged motion and it has to be debated.
Correct.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. Do you understand? Do you understand what she's saying?
Now, the question about the debate rules, I believe that Mr. Burns, or Trustee Burns, I apologize, and Trustee Gilkerson agreed on 5 minutes no. Okay, if there's no agreement on the 5 minutes, then Robert's rules, it reverts to Robert's rules, and it's 10 minutes per trustee 2 times.
I would like to second the motion. She did.
You want me to read it again? In order to do this correctly and by NRS, President Burns, I'm making a motion that we adjourn today's meeting, that we continue to accept applications for superintendent, and that we place on February's regular meeting agenda to revisit how we move forward to establish a process to identify potential candidates for our superintendent opening and select our new superintendent. Do you want this?
Do I need to second that again? Okay, I second that.
Correct. And we each get 2 times.
I just, for an aside, I have a friend who used to work for a search engine or a search company. And he gave me his contact information. I spoke to this man. They're actually based out of this area. They have offices in Reno. I'm not sure where else. Anyway, he said that if we do hire them, for example, the process takes 60 to 90 days, and it would cost roughly a third of whatever the compensation package is for the superintendent for his first year.
Am I? Okay. And again, that's the cost of being open and transparent and not having the public scrutinize how that vetting process took place.
Okay. I just want to say, and think about this. We can take and roll this into next week to finalize, just to get this processed. Otherwise, we're gonna be sitting here and then we'll wind up debating again next week, because I think, I remember what Linda said there was that we would be bringing this up at the next meeting. Why don't we just bring this up at the next meeting? If you're going to. Well, no, do we got a motion on the floor? Yep, got a motion on the floor. So she, Linda can leave it the way it is, or she can, amend it. It's up to her.
I would like to speak, just one of my turns, I guess, and to say, Doug, I do know of a firm that does this. Not, I'm not recommending them or anything, but I asked how much they charge and they said 18,000 was the rate for that. Just so you know, it's a bit of a money, but you know what? For transparency, for the public, it is the top job. I mean, come on, this is worth it. It is so worth getting a good superintendent that I think.
Are they willing to sign a paper saying guaranteed 18,000? I've never,
have to
I've
ask.
never heard it that low. Everyone I've heard is it 75 to 100 to over.
So the reason that I agree with this motion is because over the course of the last week, we as a board have received around 24 emails from our constituents saying, please take time. Please don't rush this decision. Please open it back up. And I feel obligated, even though I was appointed by each of you, I feel obligated to them because I'm here representing them. And I feel that it is my duty to say, if that's what the public wants, they want us to take more time, and we have Jeannie in that seat,
Let me
then we
Let me
should-
say something. I don't think this is fair to Jeannie. She may be cool with it, but I'm not fair with it. I just, she's doing double duty. And,
I agree.
and the one, she's not saying anything, she won't. But the first job, her main job that she was at, that's
she loves.
pretty important. That's real important. And I just feel like she's being spread too thin. That's just my opinion. Jeannie, I don't think you want to make comment, do you, or do you? It's up to you.
So the question I have, Jeannie, is are you willing to stay in the hot seat? Till we find a good superintendent replacement.
I'm committed to Douglas County School District. I love where I work. I love the people I work with. I have an amazing team. I wish we still had Keith Lewis, honestly. And I wish we still had Joe Gerdner and Adam Dedman and Mark Rhodes. And this is hard, but I think we need to get back to doing what's right for kids. And I think that we've maybe made some missteps in this process, not on purpose, but because we didn't know what we were doing. And I can stay here and do this to do what's right for our schools and our community and our students. And I think that I'm good. I'm tough. I'm a tough girl. I'll be all right where I'm at.
I'm gonna do my second turn. I'm gonna do my second turn then. Nobody else is speaking. I'll wait. Yeah, this is my second. I have 10 minutes though. I have 20 minutes. No.
Once you speak, for a length of time. You only speak for 2 minutes, that's gone. Then the second time is 10 minutes. If you speak for 5 minutes, then that one's done. That's according to, Robert's rules. Any more discussion?
I'm so sorry.
You spoke twice.
She made the motion and then she spoke, but she hasn't spoken a second time.
No. You have any more? No. Okay.
At this point, I don't wanna
Okay.
waste-
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. We have a motion, a call for the vote. All in favor of the motion that is on the floor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is 4-3.
Make a motion. Oh, do we need to wait? All right.
Wait till she-
All right. Sorry about that.
Okay. Now we're back to open on
Please
number
say the
4.
names of the four nays.
I'm sorry. 4 nays, trustee Dickerson, Engelkirk, Jansen, and Burns. That's the 4 nays.
Can I
Okay.
make a motion?
So, okay. There's another motion?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that we hire John Ramirez as superintendent.
Any second?
A second.
Okay. Discussion.
Do I get to talk now? on this
Yes.
one? Okay. First of all, we had a meet and greet last night and I attended the entire thing as well. And I'd have to say all but maybe 4 people that attended had asked or mentioned that they would like us, and there was probably about 100, 120 people there, if you were there, asked that we postpone and slow this down. There is absolutely no reason for us to rush this. And I am scared. I am very scared what our community's going to do if we hire Mr. Ramirez. I'm afraid our teachers, we're going to have teachers that just walk out on us because they've said that. Please don't make comments when I'm talking. That's okay. That's very annoying though. That's okay. Thank you. We did this little sheet of paper, and it was really clear who the people that were there wanted, right? We have to, guys, we have to listen to our constituents, don't you think? Seriously? Susan, Doug, Dave, Catherine, you guys, don't we have to listen to what our teachers and our parents want? Because that's who was there last night. You are showing total disregard for these people. Is that really what you want to do? You want to hire somebody that comes with a black cloud over their head? This is unthinkable, totally unthinkable. And I'd like to know from legal, when he checked, no, what does that have to do? What can we that think it's a problem do about that? That he was untrue about his application. Will we do a search on this then? And is there a possibility he won't be able to pass?
So, as stated before, if the board felt as though him answering incorrectly was a disqualifier, they could not vote for him. right?
Correct.
But once he is hired, he will undergo a background check.
And if he answered this question, Jeannie, I don't know if you know this or not, but if he checked that he'd never been convicted, and we know that he had, is that a disqualifier for a candidate? If we get anybody that comes in and does not answer correctly, is untrue on their application, do they get to say, oh, sorry, I made a mistake?
So what the application states is, and this is their certification that they answered it truthfully.
Thank
It
you.
says, I certify that the information given by me in this application is true in all respects, and I agree that if the information given is found to be false in any way, it shall be considered sufficient cause for denial of employment or discharge. So it's up to you as a board to determine whether you're going to disqualify him. I can't tell you what decision to make. I could only give you.
Okay. And how about from the district's point of view, HR?
So I can inform you of our past practices that if we have candidates that we have found falsified information or not reported information correctly, we do not move on hiring.
Thank you. So there you go. So we can push him forward if you want to, guys. But that's what's going to happen. He's not going to make it through the process because he falsified his application right there. So if you want, oh, I'm sorry.
The district, I don't make that decision.
Who
Human
makes the
r-
decision?
You, the board,
Oh,
the
we-
board.
Oh, it comes before us again?
Yes.
So it'll come
Right
back
now.
to us?
No, right now.
Wow. So we are
It
going to
is
go
up to
ahead
you to consider
So-
and make that decision. That is not,
and set precedents for
that's not
everyone
my
else that
decision.
applies and is not truthful. Wow, that's not the way to do business, guys, and you know that. I know you know that. I know you know this is not the right move. Thank you.
So let me ask a question on it. So if you have a DUI, is that considered an illegal act, or is it considered an unlawful act? If it is, then if it is, maybe we should make a policy that anybody that works for the school district has a DUI, they're terminated. You can't work here. Yvonne?
Thank you. Does having a DUI on his record when his background check comes through, will that prevent him from getting his credentials here in the state of Nevada?
so the law states it's state and federal felonies.
That's
That's
just
not-
a misdemeanor.
Right, exactly.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'll take my second turn if nobody else is going to. That's
Okay, Lennon.
Thank you, President Burns. Again, I ask, why? Why do we want to hire somebody that comes, and you don't have to answer, but why do we want to hire somebody that comes with the laundry list of things that he comes with? Regardless, if it's some of it, he may have been able to, expunge or pay and get his way out of. We know that when you get a DUI, if you've got enough money, a lot of times you can buy your way out of it. I'm just saying, why would we, we've all seen the articles and they're from CBS News. They're not from far left or whatever. They're from reputable newspapers and TV. You see it on TV. I'm just saying, guys, we owe our district more than this. That's all I'm going to say. We are better than this, and we owe our district the top person. And this is not it. I'm sorry. That's all I'm going to say then.
Okay.
So if
It-
if somebody said something false against you,
Don't talk to her. Talk to me.
okay, said something false against her, then, I mean, it's a horse of a different color when it's like, oh, look at what's been said on the news about some people on this board that has no relationship with the truth. And I'm sorry, just because somebody kicks up a bunch of dust and he's not been convicted of something, he was not convicted of anything but the DUI, which he owned in front of us tonight and last night. and we have two people that have them in our district. I'm just saying, I mean, just because somebody can make a big ruckus, oh my gosh, is that how we treat people? That if you can just make it miserable enough for them that they can't get a job or whatever because there's a black cloud, whether it's true or not, I think you said. That's terrible. Thank you.
Trustee Gangus.
I just want to go on the record. I made the statement earlier that we owe it to our community to start this process over. I'm totally 100% okay with spending the money on an outside source as a trustee. That's my opinion. And I just want the community to know, and I want this board to know that I think we're going about this the wrong way. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Jansen, do you have anything? Good. Okay. There is a motion on the floor. And there's a second. We're going to take a vote. You want, Karen, can you read the motion again, please? Okay, that's the motion, seconded. All in favor? Raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Motion passes 4-3. Dickerson, excuse.
Wagstaff.
Nay is Gilkerson.
You got it all. Thank you. Okay. There will be Jeannie, is Mr. Ramirez gone? Do you have his number? Thank you. Because we can continue on here until he gets.
Mr. Holmes, thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, flexible agenda, we're going to move on to number 7. Number 7 is the board will discuss, take action on the process for negotiating contract with the new superintendent. Should the board's first choice accept the position? Should the board's first choice not accept the position, the board will discuss and take action on whether to offer the position to another candidate or to open up the application window and continue with the prior selected process.
President Burns, I'm really sorry to interrupt. We need to take the recess to offer Mr. Ramirez the position. Should he accept, then you would move on to the rest of the agenda.
Okay, so we do it online,
So
on phone?
we just have to wait. Yeah,
For him to come
he
back?
hasn't answered me yet, so,
Okay,
yeah, I think we need to take a recess and wait. Mhm.
take a break. Okay. Welcome back, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you. Sorry, I
Well,
was in the parking lot. I ran into a few folks out there and got a little wet. I apologize. A little bit of snow coming down.
You'll dry out. Welcome back, and we've had deliberation. We have taken a vote, and you were voted in as superintendent.
Thank you.
And we're looking forward, so the introduction to everybody, and I'm sure you're going to be seeing a lot of them. So Jeannie, anything?
Well, I think you have to ask him if he accepts the position. That would be the first thing.
Do I want to let you ask?
Okay, do you accept the position? of
Sure, I'm sure
superintendent
we have to.
Of Douglas
um,
County School District?
Take
Yes.
next steps, yes, and
Yes.
thank you all.
Okay.
I appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
It's nice to come back.
You might as well, unless you want any more to say. If not, you might as well stick around and watch the fireworks.
Well, I mean, first of all, thank you all. I appreciate the process. As I mentioned, yesterday was a good day. I think I got to hear a lot. I appreciate the directness of the questions very much. Puts me in a position where I think we could be very transparent about everything. So thank you all for that. And more than anything, thank you for this call back. Looking forward to it.
That was her job.
Yeah, it was a good job.
So, we're just gonna go through some, one more thing, a process here of a couple more agenda item. And then we gotta finish up with, public comment.
Okay.
To wrap up. What's that? You just gotta, oh, yeah. Yes,
That's fine.
this is just to give us a, approval. Nobody might go here. It's up to him. You can.
Yeah, I have no problem saying, I
You
mean,
can stick around if you want. or-
absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so, 5, 6. And now 7, the process for negotiating an employment contract with the new superintendent of the process to move forward should the board, preferred candidate not accept the position. This is for discussion, possible action. Board will discuss and take action on the process for negotiating contract with the superintendent, should the board's first choice accept the position. And then the recommendation, and you all can discuss that. The recommendation is, it's recommended that the board authorize the board president, assisted by legal counsel, to negotiate an employment contract with the new superintendent to be presented and approved by the full board at an upcoming board meeting.
I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion that the board authorize the board president, assisted by legal counsel, to negotiate an employment contract with the new superintendent to be presented and approved by the full board at the upcoming board meeting.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just have a question.
Okay.
So the two of you are going to meet, draw up a contract. Is that correct?
We will negotiate a contract with the
So
superintendent.
he'll have input given back and forth
Well,
between
Yeah, we have to know
the three of
whether,
you.
whether he would
Right.
want to accept it. Yeah, it's. a
And
nego-
then it comes back to the board.
Exactly.
Now, is all of that going to happen by Tuesday?
Not sure.
Okay.
It can. I'll make myself available. I just have to know either him or Kendra's gonna be available for it. Be you.
And if it is,
I mean, I can be available.
and if it is, then you guys will, if you come to an agreement before that time, then it will be agendized into the meeting on
Okay.
next Tuesday in time for,
Well,
you have to post.
correct me if I'm wrong, Kendra. I believe that we have a leadway in agenda that if something comes up and it didn't get time to get into the agenda, that we could still act on it. I think, I've read something either,
I think it's better, it's on the agenda and then we table it if we're not
if I
ready.
can.
If you don't get an agreement, you postpone it till the next meeting.
Another question.
We're gonna work hard to make sure it gets done.
Does that contract have to be approved by all board members? Or is it
Majority.
just a majority?
Majority. To my knowledge, yeah. Majority.
Can we make suggestions or question. Okay, or things that we see that maybe you guys didn't.
Yeah,
As a parent, I have different concerns.
yeah,
So-
I would,
We can't hear you if you don't use the mics.
You guys can make suggestions, of course, and then when we come back to approve it, that's when comments and discussions would take place.
I get a question. Rather than put those out in questions, to everybody, would it prefer that if she had something she would like to recommend, that she send it to you or me? And,
I don't have anything off the top of my head.
okay,
But while you're reading the contract, it may spark, oh, this is a concern, or what about this?
yeah,
I'm just.
that,
Okay,
yeah.
that,
Yeah.
and so then would it then go back to be redone and
no,
amended?
we would
Thank
run
you,
the
that's the word.
amendments. We would vote on the amendments right then, and then
Okay.
it would just have to be, adjusted and, the amendments in it to make the contract complete.
Okay,
We're not gonna go back and forth with it. We'll
okay,
get
that's what I did.
discussed,
I didn't know
make-
how it,
make the
yeah. I didn't know
amendments.
how
Am I
it-
At
correct?
at that point, so say you guys come up with a contract with suggestions from the board or whatever, and may or may not they're agreed on, and Mr. Ramirez agrees to the contract. They bring it before the board next time, and we make comments and we discuss it. And we decide to have certain amendments, and we agree to those amendments and we vote on it. Then at that point, I assume we would have to bring it back to Mr. Ramirez, and that would be the final thing. If he agrees to it, then we're good to go.
Yeah, if he agrees to the.
And if he
amendment.
doesn't, then we might have to re-amend and come back at the next meeting or make a special meeting.
Okay.
Does that seem logical?
So on that contract, will that state his start date? Do we know that yet? Like when he would start?
Yes, it will contain that information, but
Okay.
we're not there yet. We're gonna start that this week.
All stuff I've never dealt with before, so.
Well, we haven't either. All right. Any more discussion? We have a motion, on the floor and seconded. Any more discussion?
Can Karen reread the motions? Thank you.
It's right on your, what he read.
Did he read
would
it
be
from
number
here?
7,
Okay,
the bottom of number 7,
so the second page.
the second
Down
page.
here?
Second page,
Right here.
right
Okay,
there.
I'm
third
sorry.
time. That's actually that's. the
Okay.
motion, correct?
All right, thank you.
Yeah, that is the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Okay.
Okay. We have, Kangas, Wagstaff, and Yokerson as nay.
I'm sorry, Joey, what did
Yeah,
you say? I didn't hear you.
Yes. Yeah, this four of us, it passed 4-3. Okay. It's open for public comment. I don't, nobody on it? One?
We didn't know to take numbers or. We need to take numbers to do this.
Yeah. Keep in mind, when you speak, you cannot speak on anything on the agenda item. It's anything but the agenda item. And the item is the superintendent process or anything connected.
Don't need us to take numbers or just the name?
Take numbers. Yeah, take the numbers, cause I, eight, no, 21 or 22. Right here. You have a number? No, pull one. You have a number?
I'm the first person on the list, but I don't have a number. Do you want me to get a number?
No.
Do you want to go in order and by number?
Is there some after that? Somebody after that?
It's number A30 right now. I don't know if anybody took a number.
8:30?
If that's what that's the one that's in there. So I don't know if there's anything between there. I do know that I was the last speaker at 22 the last time we spoke. So probably 23 to 30, 20, 23, 20.
Okay.
Casey Rogers for the record. I'm a little taken aback right now because I just got called a dumbass by the gentleman back there. I don't know his name, but I will find out for sure and make record of that. I'm going to talk about brass tacks right now because there seems to be a lot of confusion and the students seem to keep coming up with Linda and the other trustees and some stuff like this. But Linda, you made a false claim tonight, which I addressed you earlier about, talking about how that students don't get credit when their work isn't turned in late. And that's completely false. I had 3 students go through this school district and two of my children were constantly turning stuff in late. I had constant conflict in my home because the teachers were not making my children follow through with their homework properly. And so it was a constant battle that I was dealing with. There is a weakness that has been pervading our society, and it is definitely in this school district. So to deny that that stuff's not happening is not true. And I could go on and talk about how teachers allow students to sleep in the classroom and do other things that they shouldn't be doing when they're here for an education. So let's not pretend that we're all so unaware, which apparently you are, about what's happening. And then I'd just like to finish with, did you turn me off? Sounded like it. That you said there's total disregard for what the community has to say, but you had total disregard and Kangas had total disregard and Lehman had total disregard from 2020 to 21 to 22, even into 23 about the constituents and what they had to say. So I don't want to hear you talk about total disregard about this new board because you did the same crap before.
Okay, number 23. I hope, is there anybody before number 23? What number? No, before.
It's late, guys, I'm sorry. My bad. New man. My bad. I'll turn that one in late, get credit for it.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank
All
you.
right, I make Maggie Chevalier for the record, I guess. Anyway, I think it's appalling as to what I saw tonight, in the sense that, are you telling me I can't talk about what?
You cannot talk about the past agenda item.
Okay,
That's
so,
the process.
okay, and anyway, it's appalling. You guys don't listen to the constituents, how many tried to tell what they wanted you to do. This is supposed to be an apolitical or nonpartisan board. It isn't. There is definite language in the questions that was extremely political. And you knew it, and you said it anyway. And that is what causes the division. There's a lot of us out there that are just interested in the kids. We just want what's best for them. And you have an agenda and you're going to just do whatever you guys want. You aren't listening to the parents, the taxpayers, any of that. And I personally don't want gifts sent to employees, that's on my dollar. I'm a taxpayer. That's taxpayer money. That shouldn't be gift money. All right?
Number 24, please state your name.
Emmy Kowchek for the record. There were comments made tonight about wanting a better relationship between the board and the community, and no one knows how this came to be, besides the obvious, right? There have been opportunities to lower the temperature, and many of us have used public comment time to ask for that. When given an opportunity to ask questions of candidates, a choice was made to use that limited time to ask about protecting girls' sports and safe spaces, and another question began with an unnecessary mention of a woke agenda. That question actually made more sense without those words. That was a choice that was made. You're the one sitting there. You can set the tone. You have had chances to make this better, and you have not. If you want to make a difference with students, you can spend more time on items like the student board seat, which has been postponed for more than a year. Perhaps those are the issues we should be addressing. Lead with that. That is how you set a tone. Think about it if that is truly your intent.
Are you number 24?
She was.
She was 24? Okay, 25. Thank you.
25. May Hyatt. Earlier in the meeting, somebody said that there was a dark cloud that came over this district and this county, and they didn't quite understand why. Starting to see why. People are not being heard, and they're not being listened to. That same person said, I think that they are miles apart, and Mr. Ramirez has a lot to offer. But when you look at their score sheets, they have a 1% difference, 84% and 85%. So when you look at the screening forms, how are they miles apart? What was the point of the screening forms when you're going to vote the way that you want to vote anyways? 86% for one candidate, 66% for the other candidate, and yet you vote for him anyways. I don't understand it.
That's agenda item.
I'm talking about the dark cloud.
Talk the agenda item.
Well, I'm reflecting on the dark cloud. So I'm responding to that comment.
You're lifting up paperwork that's part of the agenda from the last agenda.
I'm not allowed to respond to that?
No, we're not talking about agenda items.
So I'm not allowed to respond to the fact that there's a dark cloud and that I can't react and respond to the screening form numbers?
Screening form is part of the past agenda item.
Okay, so can I continue talking about this dark cloud and how there's,
As long as you don't bring up the past agenda. item.
so there's,
Thank you.
so there's a lack of transparency that's going on, and that there's a total failure of certain trustees to listen to the parents, the teachers, the community members, when we've said time and time again that we want a reset, we want you guys to postpone. We have kids in this district, and you're not listening to us.
Thank you. Number 26.
Rob Lehman. My daughter was telling me the other day of something called the Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect occurs when a person's lack of knowledge and skill in a certain area causes them to overestimate their own competence. I can't help but see this in spades in President Burns' behavior. Tonight, Trustee Gilkerson made a motion to adjourn. By Robert's Rules' own order, a motion to adjourn is a privileged motion that, except for lacking a provision for a future meeting, must always be heard. It must be heard, it must be voted upon, and it can't be debated. Where did you come up with your random ruling that she couldn't make that? It's not in Robert's rules. You just made it up because you're incompetent. Ms. Dwyer, you back that up. Where did you make your ruling from? Did you make that from Robert's rules? Or did you just make it up? Legal, where were you guys on this? This is a Robert's rules issue. This is an order thing. And it's just made up. She made an absolutely allowed motion and you guys just made stuff up and ran with it. Your incompetence makes you just feel, I don't know, it's so wild. And then finally, I want to say I find a whole lot of amusement in this, that the person you guys just hired has an LLC called Equity in the US. That's funny.
Number 27.
Lori McKimmey. I just want to say that I believe in our elections. I believe our elections are fair and accurate from the president down to our school boards. But I think it's very misleading for you to constantly say that the residents of Douglas County overwhelmingly support your agenda and overwhelmingly voted you in office. I too am a numbers girl. Trustee Jansen, you won your office by 2,860 votes. The undervote, meaning those who did not choose to vote in your race, was 3,797. So more people voted against you and chose not to vote in your race than you won by. Trustee Dickerson, you won by 1,129. Your undervote was 3,885. Again, more people voted against you or chose not to vote in your race. President Burns, you won by 1,453. Your undervote was 3,698. You also won by less than people voted for you or the undervote. So these numbers should give you guys insight as to why there has been a big pushback against this board and your political agenda.
28.
Jackie Smith for the record. I should be home preparing for my students for tomorrow morning. I'm usually in bed by now, but watching this from home, I'm just so outraged at the lack of common sense that this so-called elected board has chosen to do. I only hear Linda Gilkerson and Yvonne Wagstaff and Mr. Kangas speak common sense. Part of the job that we have as educators is to teach our students common sense and how to adapt to their environment. And I'm so disgusted by what I've seen at home that I got up and came down here. I was a human resource professional before I became an educator. If anybody ever altered an application or falsified an application, it was immediate means for dismissal or never even a consideration for hiring due to the seriousness of the gaming industry that we hold dear here in our hearts in the state of Nevada. There was no question, there was no gray area. You falsify an application, you're out, not even for a person to wash dishes. If you forgot a job at McDonald's, you could not get hired. So I beg you to reconsider allowing somebody to falsify an application and think that's okay for our school district. And none of you are looking at me and it's disgusting.
Number 29.
Tom Sterrett. A tip of the hat to this board for its foresight in engaging present counsel to represent the DCSD. The Gilbert firm has undertaken a complex, unprecedented workload, largely created by a near historical opposition to this board's desire to replace unproductive social activism and biased, flaky curricula with a proper classical education. To insult, criticize, and belittle this professional and his worthy staff is beneath contempt. Whoever taught the opposition certainly taught them no manners. Attorney Gilbert's detractors, unable to find fault with his quality work, are left only with comparing apples to oranges. They illogically, monotonously argue because his invoices are more than prior counsel, he is overcharging. To them, attorneys are interchangeable, and quality representation is worth no more than incompetent representation. Gilbert's fees have always been more than reasonable. Nevertheless, he has trimmed those fees. Few attorneys would have done so. And the only possible reason, as he has stated, he genuinely cares about the children of Northern Nevada. Commendable. He and his fine firm deserve our continuing thanks and respect. Thank you.
30.
My name is Rich McGuffin. I'm a parent of 3 students in the Douglas County School District, lovingly known to Trustee Jansen as a piece of shit. Joe Gerdner, Adam Dedman, Keith Lewis, Mark Rhodes. Those are 4 good men that the 4 of you, Trustee Dickerson, President Burns, Mr. Engelkirk, Trustee Jansen, forced out of this school district, constructively discharged. And now you want to hire Mr. Ramirez, who was convicted on a count related to his DUI, who was involved in a hit and run, who's been accused of sexual harassment, and who's been accused of fraud and misappropriation of funds. Mr. Burns, I want to help you out. I'll give you some free legal advice because I know that doesn't happen very often in this district. A misdemeanor is a crime. You are advocating for the hiring of a criminal, a convicted criminal. You, who constantly espouses how dedicated you are to the rule of law, how much you want to adhere to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Nevada, to the rule of law in the state of Nevada. You want to hire a convicted criminal. You want to set as the role model for the students of this school district somebody who is convicted of a charge related to a DUI. That's who you want to set as a role model for my daughters and my son. It is absolutely unacceptable. Mr. Ramirez, you are not welcome here. You were not welcome in the San Joaquin School District, and you are not welcome here. You are a soon-to-be cancer on the ass of the Douglas County School District. We do not want you. Do not negotiate a contract with this school district, because we will do everything in our power to make sure that it is not honored and that it does not stay. The actions you took tonight were void. They were in blatant violation of NRS 241, and we will make sure that that is known and that it is challenged in court.
No. Do not start. 31? Yep, just sit there and wait.
Marty Swisher. In listening to community members who participated in the meet and greet last night, some clear themes came forward. Many trustees on this board are acting and making decisions with politics, especially national issues, as their focus instead of our students and our schools. Many trustees are not listening, and a huge lack of trust exists with our school board right now. In large part, this is evidenced by the loss of significant staff in the past 5 months. Mr. Magnotta resigned. Mr. Gerdner, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Rhodes, and now Mr. Dedman have all resigned because they were unable to work with members of this board. Specifically, these 4 had negative dealings with Mrs. Jansen as president and Mr. Burns as clerk. A small number in the community claim that these efforts are to drain the swamp, while saying none of this is political. I call upon Mrs. Jansen and Mr. Burns to reevaluate their roles as board members and to work positively and productively with all staff in our school district. This is an issue that must be addressed one way or another. To Mr. Dedman, thank you for your dedication as a phenomenal teacher, a principal, and an HR director. In all of my work with you, you focused on the needs of our students and what was best for them. It's a shame that you can no longer find that the school district where you got your education, graduated from, and served for many years is now a place where you feel unwelcome and unappreciated. That is just wrong. You know you have my utmost respect, and I wish you all the best in the future. And I also want to thank Mrs. Dwyer for her service to our school district.
Is there a 32? Any online?
We have 6 online.
Okay.
John Sheridan, it's your turn to speak.
Thank you, John Sheridan, for the record. Parent to 3 children in the Douglas County School District. Very appalled tonight. So I'll start out by giving credit where credit's due. And Trustee Gilkerson, thank you for speaking up tonight. I know more times than not, I'm at opposing odds with your position. So I need to give you a big thank you. Trustee Burns, the answer to Trustee Gilkerson's interview question from Mr. Ramirez is it's very unsettling. I hope my gut instincts are incorrect. Usually I'm at opposing odds with Mr. Lehman. I don't know, have much more to say. I'm kind of lost. So, I'm just hoping I will say something positive that, Mr. Ramirez said that he did understand community and he needs to meet students where they are at. And I hope he understands that for coming from the Gardnerville Ranchos and visiting students in our district within the Gardnerville Ranchos. So I'll end on that positive. Thank you.
James Holman, you're up.
Allowing me to come on tonight. Mr. Ramirez, a DUI is not just an oversight when you fail to disclose it on your application. To the board members, you guys are not listening to the community that is supporting you and has put you in the position that you are in. If you guys will not continue to listen to the voices of people with kids in the community, you will not be on that board any longer. People will vote you off. As having employed previous people before, I understand that not disclosing DUIs, sexual harassment allegations, hit and run allegations, that kind of stuff is grounds for immediate dismissal. So just keep that in mind. And I hope you guys start listening to the community a little better. Thank you.
Colin Burrows, it's your turn to speak.
Hi, Colin Burrows, parent of a student here in this county. Tonight you had a chance to build a bridge between the board and the teachers, but you opted to insult them. You had a chance to mend fences with parents in this county. You chose to incite them. You have lowered the bar of expectations for our students with this process and choices. Are they going to look up to our new school director, superintendent? No. Once again, the new board members don't care about the thoughts or the feelings of parents, students, and teachers. You just don't care. You just don't care. You are dividing this county with your poor choices. You hate my child. You hate my family. You hate our teachers. You have now lost 2 HR directors, IT director, a transportation, superintendent, school trustee, and now you lose countless teachers in a county where we need teachers. What teacher would Google this county and see what you've done, see who the superintendent is? You are the laughingstock of the state. You'll be the funny section of the paper tomorrow in Reno, Vegas, all over. You have done nothing to improve our schools or our child's education. Thank you. Nice job. And Burns, you shouldn't show up to HR meetings and make the guy quit. Thank you.
Courtney Jeffries, you're up.
All right, so Courtney Jeffries or Courtney Burrows, whatever you want to call me, parent, and I'm going to go ahead and call you out, Miss Dickerson, because I'm going to tell you right now that I know for a fact that Adam Dedman would have never told you about personal dealings within the district. And you are a liar, a complete and utter liar. And you all four ran off Keith Lewis, Joe Gardner, Adam Dedman, Tony Magnata, and you're going to do it again. You're going to have a max exodus of teachers and staff, and I hope they walk. I hope they leave because you four deserve it. All I can say is I am so proud of you, Linda, Carrie, and Yvonne. You're the only ones on that board with a backbone, the only ones with morals, the only ones with actual respect for other people. And you were the only ones who aren't politically driven, truly trying to make decisions that are only political, because that's all you four are doing. Yvonne, Linda, and Carrie, I applaud you and I thank you for standing up for me and most importantly, standing up for my child, because the other four, you don't care. And I want you all to resign because I promise you, we are coming for you and you will not be on this board much longer.
That phone call was made and I am not a liar. Make a phone call to Dedman, ask him.
Hearsay.
I'm sorry, that I'm not standing for that. When I took the time to call Dedman to make sure I was right, and he said, yeah, that's a fair assessment.
Google user, the floor is yours.
I'd like to ask Trustee Gilkerson, Wagstaff, and Kangas to take a page from President Burns and look at your phones. On it, you'll see an email showing the official California licensure website that shows our new superintendent did in fact get a public approval in 2007, which seems to corroborate the news article that mentioned as much, after he pled no contest to a hit and run. He denied it earlier tonight after lying on his resume about not committing a crime. Feel free to show this to the majority of the board, who is in such a hurry to hire such an upstanding citizen to represent our county.
He was also referencing the agenda item.
Google user, can you please state your name for the record?
Bob Franks.
Thank you.
Should I continue? I don't know where I was cut off.
Just do not speak on the agenda item from the past.
All right, I'll make sure not to mention that public approval from his license. This is a dark day for Douglas County because a basic Google search did a better background check than a majority of our board. Thank you for finally showing how bad you guys are at running the school district. Also, shout out to Acting Superintendent Dwyer. You're doing an amazing job for everything you do for our special education students and our regular ed students. We absolutely love you. And shout out to Karen Lamb as well. I see you in the front. So love our union. Love ya. Bye.
Michelle, you're up.
This is Michelle Baugh for the record. I just wanted to take a moment and thank Miss Wagstaff and Miss Gilkerson and Mr. Kangas for listening and really trying to make sure that the voices of the people in the community are heard. It is appreciated so incredibly much, and I don't want you to give up on that. I also want to take a moment to say that I agree Jeannie Dwyer has done an outstanding job in her role as the interim superintendent. I also want to say thank you to Adam Dedman for everything that he has provided this district with over his years here. I don't think that he got enough kudos. There's not enough kudos in the world that we could have given him before him leaving. Lastly, I think that it's important that although this was not an outcome that I was hoping was going to happen, I do wish Mr. Ramirez all the best of luck as the superintendent, since my kids go to school in this district and I want them to be successful. I want them to learn. I want them to grow. So I am going to keep showing up to work and
Cheryl Bloomstrom, it's your turn to speak.
Thank you. Good evening. My voice is not getting any better. I also want to add my kudos for Jeannie Dwyer and the 3 board members who are so steadfast for our community. There are 4 of you that are clearly not, and that's appalling. There's been a lot of talk about various agenda items. I can't talk to any more about the agenda, but I will say that you 4 appear to have no concern and no caring for the students, even though you purport to have the students at your heart all the time. I don't think so. I don't think you would have done what you did tonight. I don't think you would have done what you did that caused Adam Dedman to leave. I don't think you would have done what you did that let Keith Lewis leave. I don't think you would have done these things if you understood the depth of the people and the quality of the people that live and work in this district. And you just don't get it. I hope that you find something else to do. Go break something else. Thank you.
Emma Archbold, it's your turn to speak.
Hi, Emma Archbold for the record. I'd like to start by asking that all of you give me the same respect that I expect from my kindergarten students. I've made a very apparent effort to work with the board and have you hear the community's voices through my classroom. I've seen multiple colleagues make the same effort, and I'm appalled and disappointed that the majority of the board made a decision in opposition of our community. The kids matter, the families matter, the teachers matter. I'm disappointed to say the least. In reference to a previous comment tonight about the students sleeping in class, I would like to recommend that you look into Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The bottom tier is physiological needs, such as sleep. Not all students have that need met at home and cannot learn to their full ability without that need met. I'm not present right now because I live in Reno and commute. And to be honest, the only reason that I do that is because I love the students, families, and my administration that cares about students. You will not attract new teachers. Point blank.
I think there was 2. 20. Karen, what number you have? 32. Okay, 32.
Just like a kindergarten teacher to steal my thunder. Get to teach those little kids who like all school things. I just want to tell you that I'm going to try really hard not to cry. But Ms. Dickerson, I think it's interesting because you just had to defend yourself. And I'm sorry that you felt you had to do that. I'm not going to sit here and say who I believe or whatnot, but I will tell you that I've asked several of you to publicly defend us, and it just happened again tonight. And I'm up here speaking again only because I feel a moral imperative to speak up for the hyperbolic defamation of teachers and staff members in this district. While we've lost many of them, and I won't beat that dead horse, I keep holding on to hope that you guys will defend us. But I'm going to end tonight by saying how sure of you is what is going on in our classrooms. I've heard several parents and community members up here, and I've never seen them in my room. I feel like it's misleading to make public statements that are hyperbolic about all kids always happening, whatever. So let's talk about late work. You can turn in your taxes late, everyone in this room. You can make payments late. I bet you all have. We all have made mistakes. And even when you decide that you've done too much, you could take bankruptcy and then you can start over and they'll erase that debt. So yeah, I help students when they're behind. I do. You don't know the policies. You've never asked, but I could tell you them and I could tell you that they're reasonable. I can tell you that teachers fighting every day. I can tell you that you also sat in a room and heard from us our own frustrations about policies. And I still haven't heard you defend us. But here's what I will tell you at the end of the day. There's what you don't know about being in a classroom, and that kindergarten teacher said it lovely. You don't trust the validity of teachers' decision-making. Yes, I take things late because sometimes students have family members die and they need a little grace. Sometimes a kid does sleep a little bit in my class, but maybe you didn't know that they didn't have a bed for a week and that I'm the one who brought them breakfast that morning. I'm their teacher. I know them. Imagine where we would be if teachers and staff in this district, especially some of the good people we're losing or about to lose, were given the trust that I give to my students. You want me to give you grace and that you believe that you care about kids and you care about us. You want me to believe legal counsel does. What about my colleagues? What about me? I'll end by saying, please get student representation on this board. Thank you.
Number 33.
That's hard to follow. It's a tearjerker. President Burns, you ran on a platform of protecting our girls. Am I right in that? I think several of you did.
Can you please state your name?
I'm sorry, Janelle Lehman.
Thank
For
you.
the record.
Thank you.
President Burns, you ran on a platform, protect our girls, correct? I think several of you did. Why on earth would you hire a convicted criminal if you want to protect our girls? Why? That makes zero sense. My kids don't feel safe. I don't feel safe having them that be our superintendent. We entrusted you with this sacred responsibility to protect our children, and you failed blatantly. And that's on your shoulders until someone else figures it out and fixes your problem.
Is there number 34? Anyone else? Anyone online? Okay. Meeting adjourned. Karen, you want these?